Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Hello, Grumpy. How are you doing? Mm. Hi, Indy. Welcome, welcome. I was still catching up on Discord because there's been a lot going on. Actually, changed my setup a bit. You might notice because my second screen is now on the left side, um, instead of above, because I feel like that's just like healthier, that way potentially. Hopefully, we'll see. I guess. And hi, Sitar Hero. Welcome, welcome. That's all the German you know. Like hi and a dog. Amazing. Yeah, that emo is really cute, Grumpy. Yeah, I think I still actually didn't really get through the essay, to be honest. Like, I read the last message, and with the other ones, I just I sort of gave up to reading it like right now before stream because I was like, okay, this is gonna take like more than just a couple minutes, you know? So I'm gonna get back to it some other time. We seem a bit higher than usual level wise. Ah, yeah, for sure. So the camera moved as well. Um, and yeah, I don't know. Like, I hope it's gonna I hope that angle is like not bad and like still fine. I do prefer usually like a more eye height angle if I do like just chatting streams where I like talk to you guys. Because I feel like it can be like a bit weird to like not, because you look from like so far up, you don't see like my full face expressions, if that makes sense, or like you see them from like a different perspective, right? Um, so I don't like that too much, but it's the only way it works now because otherwise that uh screen doesn't have space. So yeah, I don't know. It has to work this way. No, that's too high. But I can be a bit higher. And yeah, you're also further back. If you can, I don't know if you can see that, but yeah. And hi. Is it Mr. Relevance or is it like Mr. Elevens? I mean, probably Mr. Elevens, right? Just making sure. Mr. Elevens, yeah. Okay. Free stream streak. Let's go, Sita Hero. Thank you so much. So, how are you guys doing? How was your. Well, the last time we did our mental health check in was on Monday last week, I'm pretty sure. So we have a week now. How how have you been doing since the last week? Like, what is your like? We always do use this mental health check in not only to be like how have you been doing, but also to sort of see if to make sort of like an evaluation about like how it's been going in the last week, if there needs like any adjustment, for example, like more rest or more time with friends or less stress and like all of these things. And then on the other hand, how do I phrase that? Maybe to like shape this awareness of like, okay, like I've not been doing too well, like what have I been doing? Like, oh, I've been like more on social media, or I've been doing less of this, more of that. And then to sort of like be able to gain some more insight on yourself, and how your mental state is correlating with the things you do in your day. Most people get it wrong, so don't sweat it. Yeah, it's like really like with names, there's like so many people where like their main name is gone or they want their name to look cool, and then you like double pronounce certain parts, and so I don't know. I just always try and make sure. Well, I certainly remember why I used to run away all the time as a teenager. Hmm. So what's going on there, Indy? I've been enjoying my me time, back to my old routine, finding more fulfillment to play less League games and watch more movies. I mean, that's good to know about yourself. That League is not like as fulfilling as it seems, maybe. I'm glad it's going better, Grumpy. People think I'm Indian with my name sometimes. Yeah, I get it. I mean, you could also like live in Indiana, so you know. There are so many options. But I mean, thankfully, I watched the the movies, so. Oh, what is it in your name that it makes it like Indian Sitar Hero? Is like Sitar some like Indian word or something? What is better, being an Indian or being from Indiana? I don't know. Thank you for the follow and welcome. Sitar, it's an Indian string argument, like heavy duty guitar. Ah, okay. Well, I do understand why people then might be like, hmm. Ah, well. I had a really creative person call me the great 35th John of Indiana once. Oh my god. Alright. That's like definitely creative for sure. So, if I'm gonna like chime into the like mental health check-in from last week. Um for me the last week was definitely like tougher than usual. Like in terms of chronic pain levels and also in terms of just how I feel like I've been doing like sort of mentally, like how positive I feel, how happy I am, like all of these things, right? Um and I mean, for one, that makes total sense, right? If you have no more pain, you're probably potentially less happy, you know, like potentially there's a correlation. Um But I'm not sure if that's really the only one. So I don't know. On Saturday, like since like Sunday and Monday, yeah, the entire Sunday and like Monday morning now was really difficult because on Saturday evening I completely fucked over my sleep schedule. Because I thought I'm young. Um, I'm apparently not young, really not. Um, because on like I've been going to bed on Saturday and like so well on Sunday actually, like 2 in the morning. So like Saturday evening, Sunday morning. Um, and then my entire Sunday was like omega fucked. I had like way more pain. I didn't get out of bed. I was tired the entire day. And when I'm tired, like the pain is like way sort of harder to take because it's just I don't have as much energy essentially to be in pain and also be a good person and enjoy life. So then it's just like the energy sort of runs out from feeling the pain itself. Um, and then today morning, I was sleeping until like really, really long, like until 11. This is also why I'm late because I was like I never sleep this long. Like this is insane. But I did. But now I feel better, so maybe that was necessary. But it really goes to show that okay, so risking my sleep schedule is something I need to like think hard about if I want to do it again. Because I need to be aware that the consequences are going to be not good. Um then well apart from that just like more pain, right? And I think that was probably because of the migraine Botox treatment I had. Mm, but I also didn't really go to the gym. I sort of let go of that routine because I started this new programming project, like the Python project. Um, and now I'm already on the next project, so it's really like I've been going from project to project there. Um, but because of that, I've been like only like every like the entire weekend. Like I didn't do co-working streams, but I really could have. Like I thought about it multiple times if I just like still like start the stream. Um, but so I've been like coding on Tuesday, on Wednesday. Um, then on Thursday we had the first co-working stream, I think. Then on Friday I've been coding, on Saturday I've been coding, and on Sunday I've been coding. Like showing up today to not code but actually be like, okay, let's talk about mental health was a challenge. Um, I'm really invested in this new, yeah, in this new project. And because of that, like I haven't been going to the gym, I haven't been going for walks outside. Like I just didn't do so many things of the things you should be doing to like be healthy. Um, and on one day, like on one hand, the coding stuff is like really fun. Um, and I'm like so motivated, and it's great to feel that motivation for something because I feel like this is also like why I probably like overdid it because like right now with like trying to figure out how it works to become like independent in the Netherlands and stuff like this and have your own business. It's like there's so much annoying bullshit I need to do that I just jumped at this opportunity, which feels easy, you know, like it feels very straightforward. It's like you just do that, and that's like, you know, like good enough, sort of. And I think this is why I've been going like a bit overboard because I know if I would have any time left, I would have to do the things I don't want to do. So I've been like rather working on this. Um, but I mean, of course, this is like a really insufficient coping strategy because at the end of the day, it just doesn't really work out, right? Um, so I do need to address that, but I already made the put it in my calendar to actually like call with the KVK tomorrow and like figure out how this is gonna go, what I still need to know, what I have to find out, and all of these things. And then hopefully there's more clarity and I can sort of like get this overboard, um, and then just start working essentially. Um, yeah. So I guess what I will take from the last week are multiple things. For one, not overdoing one thing, but having some balance, like going to the gym a bit, going outside a bit, watching a movie, meeting with friends, and coding, not just coding. Um, and the other thing is like not fucking up my sleep rhythm because that really fucked me over. Um, yeah. So I think those are the adjustments I need to make. How about you guys? The headache, like for the past week, has been worse than before, but that's to be expected. What do you mean you're not young? I mean, you know how they always say like young people can like do whatever and their body is just gonna take it? Like that's not me. That's not my body. Like with chronic pain, that's sadly not my body. Nope. Like that was my body until I got the chronic pain, which was with when did I get it? In 2021, I think. And that was it. Hi, is this an 18 plus chat? I need some help and I can't tell my parents about it due to content. If there's an 18 plus trigger warning, oh wait, suicide and sexual relations. So this is an 18 plus chat. But just to be sure you sort of like have like get the expectations or like to adjust expectations if necessary. We're not like an emergency service or like medical like health professionals. So if you feel like you need, like especially if you mention suicide, there are professional services which are specialized on that, right? And there's many more than people think usually. And we have some hotlines for that. So just to let you know of that as well. But if there is like a specific question or something you have around that, or like where to start first, or how to talk about this with your parents, or whatever, like we can certainly try. Just letting you know, we might just be able to tell you like, hey, there's a big thing, and you should get some like professional help with that. It's about an ex. All right. Just FYI, we don't go into detail on SA or anything like that. Like you can like mention that you experienced it and like talk about sort of how you like emotionally feel. But yeah, okay, perfect. Just because like that can like trigger people. So I'm okay with edgy humor. It sort of depends. Like this, like in streams like these where we have like the mental health talks, right? Like it needs to be like very clear humor. Like everybody needs to be fine with the humor, understand the humor. Like it shouldn't be on the costs of other people or in a way where you can't tell it's meant as a joke. So it's just like really important to make sure that like you're not, that you're matching sort of the vulnerability of the space we're in here, so that people still feel safe to be vulnerable and share what's going on. Better Now by Monique and Wassermel. Is there anything you can like learn from the past weekend to like avoid having like a hellish weekend again, Indy? Or is it just, something where you can't really avoid it? It's just gonna be like that sometimes. Or like avoid is maybe the wrong word, but like, we didn't really do it yourself. So how are you doing, Judith? And welcome, welcome. But you have had your chronic headache for years, so your pain tolerance should have adapted to the headache, constant pain, where you should reach a point where you ignore the pain, right? Also, the fact you're a woman, which means we are more tolerant to pain in general, right? Um, there is multiple ways chronic pain can work. In a lot of cases, it actually makes you more sensitive because it's like overstimulating your nerves the entire time, and they get inflamed. And then you just like, it can even be the case that there's no reason for my pain anymore, but I still have it because my nerves are like, were so like chronically um like, well, inflamed essentially, that they're like now still just giving pain signals even though there isn't any pain. So that could even be a case. We don't know that, right? It's really hard to find out because we don't really know where the pain is coming from in the first place. So there's not really a check. But yeah. I mean, India, you can always move to the Netherlands. So my last relationship was with femboy. I'm a girl. Turned out to be gay, and he was just experimenting. We were already friends. All our other friends were dating, so we said, screw it, why not? Turns out he only dated me as a quote, a rebound from a suicide attempt. Constantly be there for him, and after some passionate nights, he started seeming awkward around me. Then he started ghosting me. When me and some friends, including him, were all together, I asked him why he was ghosting me, and he said he never meant any of it, and that he hated me. Okay, that's some big words. Been struggling with mental health, diagnosed depression and anxiety for years, and that hit home. I mean, I completely understand how that hits home. Like that that is, oof. Like that's really something you don't want to hear from anybody you let close to you. So, I mean, especially I think like honestly like there's like so many things in this where it's like I think everybody would be hit from that like a brick. Because like you were friends before. Now he says he hated you, which is like, so we've never been friends, like you never liked me. Apart from that, then you guys started dating. So it even got like closer, like you helped him through stuff. And none of that matters. None of that is appreciated. And none of that, like, none of the good moments were apparently true because he says he never meant any of it. And then the whole dynamic with this entire friend group, right? Like, what is going to happen if like you guys are not good with each other again. You almost lost your virginity to him. I mean, good for you that he didn't, right? And once I finish. What? Hmm. I'm so sorry, love. I can imagine. So, is there a specific question you have here? Sort of like, how do I deal with these feelings? How do I let go? Or what should I do about it in the friend group? Or should I get help? Like, is there like something specific you want to get out of this? Just to make sure we, why do I feel guilty? Oh, that's interesting. You want to like share more about why you feel guilty? Like, where is that? Like, what is that guilt? What is the story about that guilt? Why do you still think about him? In which way are you thinking about him? Sort of in like in a positive way or in a negative way? Like sort of in a way of like I miss him and I wish this wouldn't have gone this way? Or rather that is like coming up and then you're like, oh yeah, this asshole. Romantic and toxic way. Hmm. How do you understand that yourself? Because I feel like sometimes when we feel feelings which are confusing to us, it can be really conflicting. Um, Indy, can we have the sort of like spotlight message for the stream? That would be amazing. Just to make sure that everybody knows I'm gonna focus on you now, Ashotel, and then we'll come back to the rest of the chat later. But that's I'm mad he used me, but I feel guilty because I pressured him to tell me why he was ghosting me. Okay. It's interesting. Hmm. Would you say it's guilt you feel or regret? Or is it maybe both? Sort of like regret that like he said it like because you prompted him in front of everybody, he said it in front of everybody? And maybe guilt because you sort of like pushed him to also share that like he had like a suicide attempt beforehand? Or is it more like regret would more like be this narrative of like I wish I would have never done that because that turned out really bad for me. Right? Like I wish like I wouldn't know and the friends wouldn't know and none of that. Versus like guilt is more like with empathy for the other person. Right? It's like, oh, I pushed him. Like I'm sorry for him. With what do you relate more? Or both? Which is also okay. Like emotions are like oftentimes they come up with like just multiple at once. Because they're also friends, mainly after breaking up with me publicly. Another friend of mine, on the stuff I was thinking of. Hmm. Sorry. The message from Crazy Guy hit me unexpectedly. That friend broke up with him like 2 weeks later because he was, quote, annoying and clingy. So when you say none of your friends want to talk about it, with who are you able to talk about it? Or have you been able to talk about it to anybody? I haven't really talked to anyone about it. So I'm like, again, right? Just myself and my personality. Just wanna... I myself, the way I understand it, from what I learned in therapy and from my own experience, um, there's with things we go through, which are really like, shaking us up and like influencing us and like, well, you don't like just understand it, um, but they really sort of stick around. They stick around until we sort of made sense of them. And I think that's really because we're like sort of like aimed at survival still. And if something really bad happens to us, we want to, like, we don't let it go until we feel like we learned enough to avoid it in the future. Or to at least understand in our perception of the world why this happened to us. And then, like, what we can do to, like, not be in that position again. Right? Just from, like, a survival perspective. So I think that's why if we don't talk about something, like with some things that can go away. With some things it was like a lot with like had to do with the emotions in the moment, and it's like once we come down from these emotions, we actually are able to understand it, we're able to like understand the other perspective and whatever, and then we're sort of like put it in our boxes, and it's done. So in these moments where we have something which isn't just because of emotion and like like which you didn't not understand because you were emotional in that moment, but which you actually just do not understand. It takes some work to actually understand it. And if you're then not able to talk about this with anybody, they're like the the amount of understanding you get is kind of limited, right? Because the only perspective and opinion you have is your own. And I feel like, especially in moments which hit us at our core, really, and have to do with how we think about ourselves, how we see ourselves, how we see others, how we understand the world, how we understand love, how we understand friendship. If things hit us there, I feel like our own perspective is just as a loss, like at a loss for understanding. Because we just, like, the way we understood the world before, this doesn't fit in, period. And then talking about it and just having space for it, really. It doesn't even matter too much what other people say, but just having space to go through it again and, like, really, like, process it and talk with some friends to just hear things like, you're not crazy. This was not okay. Or you're not insane to be like to feel like this for so long. or it's okay to be mad. I would be mad too. This was unjust. Like to hear things like these and know, like, okay, this is like, I'm not crazy. Like, this is not usual. This is like a weird situation which shouldn't be like this. This is not how the world normally works. To just like get this sense from another person can have so much value. So what I'm thinking right now is, how can we help you the best, Ashotl? Because I feel like this is like, you had like one chance to talk about this now, right? And I mean, of course, we can like be like, yeah, you like perfectly, you know, like you are able to put it in boxes now. It's never gonna, you know, like influence you again. Like we can pretend like it's gonna be this easy, but usually in life, right, things are not that easy. Um, but I do understand that it's gonna be like a big relief now, especially since you haven't talked about this so far. So this is probably already like make you feel like better. I wouldn't like, I personally, from experience, and it doesn't have to be this way for you, right? But I would imagine it will not be entirely gone though. And I would hope that there's maybe a space you can talk to your friends about this, where they can just hold space for both of your guys' perspectives, right? Because this is what friends are for. You know, and especially if you're a friend group where like dating each other is like okay and stuff like this, and you guys do that, and if things go wrong, like there needs to be that space. If there is not this space, then you guys shouldn't be dating each other. um so maybe you can try to sort of just like, you know, not with all of them together maybe, but just meet with one of them or go for a walk with one of them and just ask if you could talk about this, like if they would be open to talk about this. That way you don't have to put yourself out there without knowing if they're open to that conversation or not, but you just like, you can like, you know, ask first, like, are you open to that type of conversation? Like, is that okay for you? Or are you like, no, 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 I don't want to be part of the drama. I don't want to, no, not me. And I would hope that you then find at least one friend in this friend group who's going to be like, yeah, sure, tell me about it. Because there's going to be some questions you ask yourself maybe as well. Like I would imagine, like if I would be in that situation, I think I would ask myself, like, did I deserve this somehow? Like, was I like a bad partner that like he doesn't even like, it's, you know, it's fine to be like gay and like sort of like going to this like weird rebound situation, but like how, like why do you then say like you hate me and like you appreciated nothing and everything was fake? Like why have you been lying to me, sort of like, am I a bad person that you feel like you had to lie to me? And like, so did I deserve this in some way would be like one of the questions I would have. Like I don't know, like how can a person like hate me, right? um like is there a reason for that really or not? um And I think then a big other question for me personally would be like, is the view I have on this situation, is it even correct? Like, is that how it happened, really? Like, is that just like, I don't know, did I just completely misunderstand the situation or like read something into it which is not there? And like other people are like, oh no, he like didn't mean it like that, or you know, like it was just blah blah blah, whatever. What is other people's rate on this situation? Like, is this like a me thing or is this like a general thing? And this is not really a question where you're like, you know, like if like people are like completely like have their shit figured out perfectly, they're probably gonna be like, well, but you shouldn't really care about the opinion from other people in that regard, because like if you feel hurt by this, like your feelings are valid, period. You know, like you don't need somebody else to tell you it's okay that you're hurt with this. But it would just be a question from me because I grew up with gaslighting. And in these moments which hit me to the core, I'm just I'm just that child again, where it's like where I like look around in the room and I'm like, do other people see that too? Am I insane or is this actually happening? And so that would be important for me, just for like a sort of like processing and um like holding space for these doubts type perspective. So no. All right. So I hope it's gonna go better. I hope you find a friend you can talk to this about as well. Um and then we're gonna see each other next time. So yeah, don't worry about it. See you next time. Bye. Um how do I so oh yeah, we should drink something. I can't answer you yet, Lucky Peach. Or Peaches. I have to go through the chat because there was some messages where like I didn't like completely read through them. But it could have been that like people were like asking for a spotlight as well. Mm. Hi crazy guy and hi weird guy. Welcome, welcome. What are these names by the way? Not gonna lie, I wouldn't be against the idea, especially with the amount of time uni has screwed with me. I mean, you know, moving to a different country can be really cool, indie. So, just saying. mm, Let I have a focus on doing music and finish the song on Sunday. You just step away for a few days to have fresh ears. If there are bums left by, I'm pretty satisfied. 6 to stun, need fresh. 2. Ah, nice, you did. I'm glad it's going so well. How do you want help, crazy guy? And I'm not a doctor, just know that, please. Can someone turn down the temperature? Well, I wish. Or actually, I wouldn't like here. It's not that warm yet, but it's gonna get warmer later. What do you mean with a bit manly advice? I'm not even the one being helped, and it's helped me too. Thank you so much. I'm glad. That's a great thing to hear. Like this is why I love like talking about things so openly. Like I feel like with a lot of these things, like you like we're all like just new humans, right? Like we started on this planet. We don't really know how things work. Like we're trying to find out how to handle situations and stuff like this. And I feel like about this nitty gritty with emotions and how complex they can be and how confusing this shit can be, there is, well, like some parents and some like social circles like really put the work in and talk about this a lot and like get like all this sort of like education you need on this. But well, I can just speak for myself there, but I didn't really get that education to this point from like my parents and stuff growing up. I was completely clueless, and it is a skill you need because otherwise like things are going to go bad. Mm-hmm. And hi, Joe. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Elia. Welcome as well. For 10 years. Hmm. I didn't know it takes so long. What is like, what is like conversion therapy? What is that specifically? Like, is it. Oh. Oh. Okay, I thought it's the complete different thing. I thought conversion therapy is like sort of the getting like all kinds of treatments to convert. But it's this red pill thing of like trying to make people suppress their gender identity and be like, oh, it's um, just a mental health issue. I already told you, but like with the like that you went to like there wasn't really a question in there. So what's your specific question, crazy guy? And hi, Rudes, welcome, welcome. Racism, how to end it is the question. That's a question. Oh, that is a question. I mean, I wish I would have like a direct answer and be like, we just need to do this. Then everything's gonna be fixed in 2 years' time. Perfect solution. Um. So I feel like any form of discrimination is either sort of like a human thing, or it has to do with that we always lived in sort of like authority systems where this concept of like that like everything is going to work out for everybody and we can all work together and do like the best for each other and like collaboration is sort of the winning strategy was not really what's being shown. Like all of them have been like sort of like capitalistic, where like there's some people who have like more money and less money, and you sort of need to make money, and then we started like monetizing more and more and more. Um, so I don't know if it's a thing which has been in our society because of our like systems we live in and because we started with these systems for so long, and now it's just like sticking around because nobody knows how to do differently, or if it's really like a human thing. um but the essence of this is it's been around for so long that there will always be some form of discrimination, probably. And what we can do is just push for better laws that help to balance out the board and are like evolve around equality. And even if it's like small steps at the time, all of these combined are going to be able to make big changes in our society. But I think the more practical question is how to deal with racism, though. Like, if you say, like, you had this specific experience and it, like, really left a mark on you. And when you say, like traumatized you, it's like, how do you deal with it personally now? And I mean, I don't really experience, well, weirdly enough, like, I don't know, like, I don't think it's like, would you call it racism if you're being like discriminated because you're German in the Netherlands? I don't know, like, in that regard I experienced it. Apart from that, I just experienced sexism. But I think with any form of discrimination, because it's a thing you can't really run from, right? Like, you're always gonna run into it somehow at some point. It's finding a community where you feel safe. I would say that's sort of the golden rule, how to go about it. Finding a community where you feel safe and where you can talk about it, which is going to support you in these moments where you have to go through these things and where it ruined your day, it ruined your week. That you're not, like, with sexism, sometimes it's the thing that you can't really talk about it with anybody. And that makes it, like, way harder to deal with, I think, apart from, like, just suppressing it. So the experience I made, it's really nice to have people around you where you can talk about them. Like, talk about it with them. So just having friends who understand and where you're able to be like, hey, I just had this, like, super shitty experience, like, this dumbass said this and this, you know, and just not be alone with it. So I think that's really, like, communities for a lot of things, the golden rule. And especially, I think, for problems where you can't fix them, you can't run from them. They're, like, systemic all around you. Community is the way to deal with them. Just not being alone with them. Being able to talk about it with other people. Being able to get a hug when something like this happened. Being able to get the support you might need, that, like, somebody's gonna show up to court or, like, speak up for you, or that you can, like, that somebody's gonna bring you home when you feel unsafe because of the experience you go through, you know? So that you just are not alone with this. So if anyone did again, I would beat them up. I wouldn't do that. It's like, especially in, like America is low-key, like not only America, sadly, but in so many countries, the entire system is racist. And if the entire system is racist, the person who's gonna, like, the police which is gonna show up, the court which is gonna deal that case, is gonna be against you as well. So I don't know. Best thing you can do is be part of a community where you feel safe. And if something like this happens, just ignore it and try to not take it serious. Peach's crazy guy asked if I can help him. So he didn't say the word spotlight, but he did ask. No. But yeah, in that regard, it's just like a part of the world which is unfair. Crazy guy. And the best way is like stay safe, like stay in positions where like it's not gonna escalate, you know, and then try to just ignore what they say. Because it usually says more about them than about you, even if it's hard. And not be alone with it. That's the most important thing. Like, have people around you, friends you can talk to this about. So does this answer your question, crazy guy? Country of origin is included in the definition of racism. Yeah. Okay. Well, then I did experience racism actually. Thankfully, not as. Thankfully, it's not as obvious. That's like really like one of the. It's like going through discrimination where you can't like sort of like avoid it by just not. I don't know. For example, like I can't really avoid sexism because, well, I am a woman and I will look like one, you know, like it's gonna be like hard to sort of cover up that fact. um but with like the fact that I'm like German in the Netherlands, it's like sort of easy to avoid because like if somebody passes you could just like, you know, like not say anything and just like sort of stop in a conversation, speak later again, and you sort of look similar enough so that it doesn't really show. So, but yeah, any form of discrimination is like just fucked up. I think it's usually just, I don't know, I feel like discrimination is so common because it's so easy to just point your finger at other people and be like, oh, that's the problem. Like it makes the world like less complex. It gives like an easy solution. Whenever I go back to India, people discriminate by calling me Chinese. But I'm Northeastern. Okay. No. I think it's always like, for me, the hardest part's actually like to feel this like uncalled hostility. Like I didn't even do shit and people turn hostile. So that's what like the part which I really like hate, because it's like, bro, I didn't do nothing. Like, you know? Just what is the problem you have with me? Like, don't, you know? But yeah, it's just, I mean, that really is discrimination. It just makes it like easier but because of that, it's also like not really a viable system to go by or make evaluations by. Like it's really unscientific and unhelpful to actually find actual solutions. Because you essentially avoid looking at the problem and finding a solution for just having something easier to complain about. And I feel like knowing that, understanding it to a certain extent, sort of helps to like intellectually work through these scenarios easier, but it doesn't really help you emotionally. So, emotionally, really just having a community where you're not alone with this, like people can relate with you, like you can relate with them, you're like supported, you can talk about it, like that's so, so important. Can Dutch people tell, for example, if you're talking English? I'm assuming speaking Dutch makes an accent, but English sounds the same, no? Or just my ears back. Dutch and English do not sound the same. Is that what you're saying? I'm confused. But if that's what you're saying, then it's wrong. What penguin? And Eric, how are you doing, by the way? I remember you asked for the spotlight, Peaches. But I also said multiple times in the streams already that we go with the spotlight and then we go a bit out of spotlight, then we go with the next spotlight, then we go a bit out of the spotlight, and then we go with the next one. Like that's just how this stream works. Like otherwise we just talk to like 5 people and that's it. So like there must be space for like a general discussion about things. To also ask questions about the spotlight, make sure that everybody understood. Hi, Mr. Dio. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I don't have the slow mode on because I have it for like co-work. I have it off. I'm like sort of like testing if it works, but otherwise we like turn it on again. I feel like hitting rock bottom mentally. Now as I safe, I feel like I can let my own emotions go and it hits me really hard. I can imagine, Snugs. Like, have you anybody to talk about this? Like, are you in therapy, by the way? Or like have like, you know, like a therapist you can talk to this about? And hi GT, welcome, welcome. If both of you, the German and the Dutch, speaking English, the second language, could then they tell? So for some people, you can definitely tell that they're Dutch and their English is Dutch. For some people, you can definitely tell that they're German and their English seems German. For some, you don't. Like it really just depends on like how good their English is. You don't have any therapists to talk to this about, Snugs? Hmm. So what's going on? Like how, what type of emotions, like all of them you feel? Getting better. Gymnastic or just learn to hold me slow down, have fun, and try new things. Stuff meaning. I'm glad, Mr. Dear. Yeah. Some people also say my English sounds British, but it's sort of like it really depends on like what I've been consuming in terms of content. Like if I've been watching like a lot of British YouTube or Australian YouTube or American YouTube, or I've been talking a lot with my family in German again, or like all of these things. All right, see you in 90 minutes in the. Hmm. But isn't that like sort of the opposite of about like what you said your therapist said, Mr. Dear? Of like slow down, have fun, and try new things. And now you say your life is work. Hey, Lucia, welcome. Welcome back, Judith. Yeah, it's sort of like my fluency depends on the topic, really, in English. Feeling that I'm just losing my mind. I worry about Esther a lot and I feel it's eating me alive. I think. So I guess I sort of like can relate to this feeling. Um, Not to the full extent, because I just didn't have a friend who's like suicidal, but just because of like the beginning of the stream and when I started making these streams and then like topics like suicide came up, but I wasn't like yet like fully like trained or anything in it. And I don't know why, but like really informing myself about suicide and like making this like suicide awareness course and suicide prevention course. Um, it sort of helped me to be more at peace with, at the end of the day, you can't control life and stuff's gonna happen. And everybody has their responsibility for their own lives. And you can try and help, but at the end of the day, it's their choice. And also, to a certain extent, that you don't know what's best for someone. Like, you can, even about something like, I don't know, getting addicted to drugs, is sort of like it seems like a topic where it's like you should just not be addicted to drugs, right? But like you can make this topic so easily into a like ethical discussion. For example, if somebody knows that they're gonna die in like 3 hours, is it really wrong of them to be like, okay, I'm gonna now take drugs, be on the highest high I've ever been, feel the utmost bliss just before I die, just to have had this experience? Like, is it wrong? Right? And since what we go through is so individual, it's like we can sort of relate with people, we can sort of feel with people, but we will never like feel what they feel like 100%, like be in their shoes, be in their position like 100%. And I guess sort of like putting those two things together, it gave me a bit of this attitude of like we do what we can, but if that's not enough, at the end of the day, it's their choice. And I don't know if that choice is good or bad. It's not my decision to make. It's not my judgment to make. Peaches, I'm gonna be really honest. If you annoy me more with like constantly asking for a spotlight, constantly being like, why don't you like give me a spotlight? You give other people a spotlight, all of those things, I'm gonna ban you. There's like, this is also not holding space for other people to be vulnerable. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know from the first 4 times you told me. Yeah. Very obvious. Because I don't want to feel stressed when I like help people, you know? No, 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 Snugs. This is exactly what I mean. Like, there's space for you and there's time for you here. Peaches is not guaranteed a spotlight. Nobody is guaranteed anything here, right? Now I decided I'm gonna give you the time. Right now. So don't feel guilty or anything for that. Like, I'm here and I do want to help you. This is just me putting a boundary down with Peaches. This has nothing to do with you. I just had to be a bit more rough because the first few times it wasn't understood. So, you're not holding everything up, Snugs. This is really like nothing like you triggered. Don't worry about it. There's a thing between me and Peaches. And the rules for the stream I make. And the way I moderate the stream. I'm sorry this is sort of like coming between the topic now. I can understand that it's sort of like feels like, oh no, and like I'm taking too much time or whatever. But no, you're not. This says everybody's like waiting here, and like we can't help everybody here either. And that's okay. And that's the way this stream is and will be. We don't guarantee help here. This is also why we have all the helplines below and all of these things. Like, we're not the only place. If I would have the idea of helping everybody, or like the not idea, but the if I would have set the goal to like help everybody, I would like dip out of this within 2 streams. Because you just can't. It's a losing battle. You can't save the world alone. And that's okay. I found Esther many times, and most of the times it was really close, and that makes me hyper aware of surroundings. I can imagine that is really hard. Why do you think is this time especially bad? I appreciate you saying this. It's a bit, like, it's still sometimes a bit hard because it's just something where, of course, there's this like tiny voice in my head which says, like, you need to help everybody. But I learned that this is not possible. And it's just, it's making it impossible to help the people you would be able to help if you try and help everybody. Because it's just gonna mean that you neglect yourself. This is also why this stream is really like, it's not this good only because of me, right? It's this good because of me and you guys as a community. Because we, hand in hand, have to cooperate on making this community a good community where everybody feels safe, where everybody is like held space for, also me. That I can, for example, like go on time and people are not like trying to like lure me in to like push my boundaries there. Because maybe then the next stream I have to skip because I don't have the energy for it. So it's like, it's really like a collaboration effort. We try, at least. All right, Mr. Dear, bye. Because if I was 20 minutes later, Esther was gone for good. I mean, that's definitely really hard to stomach. So it's never been this close, Nugs. And this was like the first time where you really felt like, oh my god, this would have been it. Or is there maybe more to it? Thank you, Tainted Wisdom. Oh. It says that, like, I just got like an error for my stream. Oh, but now it's there again. How's the stream going for you guys? Was there like a connection error? Or is all good? You had no error? Oh, okay. Maybe it was just my my client then. Yeah. Ah, okay. What I said was, so the first thing I said, like, experiencing something like this, Snugs, where it's been so close, even if it wouldn't have been this close, but even especially if it is this close, is really, really hard to stomach and is a big deal. So first of all, like, you know, putting some, like, gotta take that serious. Like, this is not something you just go through just like that, right? And the other part is that, like, was it the first time where it's been this close, and that's why it was this sort of, is like especially meaningful to you? Or is there maybe something more to it? Mm. It's just a protein shake to stay energized and healthy and stuff. Because I eat like, usually I eat vegetarian, like mostly. Um, so I just make sure that I have enough protein. To not try to save him, but you did anyhow. I think, Snugs, this is something where you should talk to a therapist too. Because things like these can be traumatizing, very much so. Especially if it's with a person you love and are really close to. Like situations like these, going through something like this can cause trauma. And you know, the best way to just like make sure that doesn't happen is really to get some professional support with this. So maybe you can go to your GP and just like tell him that you went through this and like you found him and it's, you know, it's really hitting you different and you think you need some support. Like you're probably gonna get like an appointment with the like, you know, they have these like people which are more like, you can put them on the level of like, I guess like mental health coaches, which are sometimes even in-house with the GP, where you can get like an appointment like directly the next week or even in the same week still. And then there's like those therapists where you can get an appointment in. For me, it was like 2 weeks, where it's more like a general therapist, where you have like 10 sessions with him. Yeah. And I think that would be good. Just like, you know, I'm just like, I'm gonna try and help you as much as I can for sure. But at the end of the day, I'm not a medical professional, right? And I just would like to make sure that this is checked, you know? That like you talk to a person, you maybe go for a questionnaire, and that somebody who's like, you know, like a professional, who's a medical licensed professional, is making the decision whether you should get more care in that regard or not. Like if you're gonna be fine like this or not. To just make sure you're like, you know, you're ready. Because at the end of the day, like I think Asta is gonna be like, you know, like when he comes back from the how is it called? Uh I'm just gonna call it a therapy center, I don't know. Um but I bet he would like you to be happy and healthy. And to not have this like really leave like a big mark on you. Even though of course it will always, you know, like you've experienced this. And that's not gonna go away in that regard, but that you're able to like really process it. Bad days you will hate me and good days you will be thankful. Yeah, I mean, and even that is something where this is hard to go through. You know, this is hard to experience. And being friends with a person who's gonna like hate you for saving their life. So I would love to see you just check and like, you know, like see if there's like maybe it's worth to get like um more professional treatment on this and have somebody to talk about this who's like, you know, like a licensed therapist. No, for sure, for sure. Just wait a bit, Peaches. Wait until there's space. So, what do you think, Snugs, can you do for yourself in, I don't know, the next week to, go go towards the better side again? Thank you, Uncle Britain. I assume our first day is going to be co-working now. Not necessarily. Like, it depends. Like last week was just because of the like migraine treatment that I had like more headaches, so I didn't feel like up for like a mental health stream. So like first days like like from my side are still mental health streams. And co-working streams are rather gonna be on other days. So there's probably gonna be more streams overall. Or well, that's the plan idea. We'll see. Yeah. What do you mean with physical therapy, by the way, Peaches? Like, have you found like a therapist in IRL again? Like a good one which fits to you? And Snacks, what do you think about my question? Hmm. I see, I see. Hi, Billy. Welcome, welcome. And hi, Shay, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I completely ignored your message. But I'm doing kind of fine now. Last week was a bit rough, but I'm gonna adjust a few things for the upcoming week, so hopefully gonna be better again. Calling GP for an appointment with practice support nurse at the GP. I mean, yeah, okay, that's the thing we talked about for sure. But maybe there's something more you can do, you know? Like treat yourself with the food you like or love, like with comfort food, or meet with some friends who are gonna be able to give you some support. Maybe do like a city trip, or like something where you can like give yourself a bit space to like not like to rest with these thoughts. You know what I mean, Snugs? Like if like overthinking is sort of like on your mind at the moment, then that could also be a good idea. Just like do things where like you're gonna feel better afterwards and it's gonna help you recharge and recharge to the point that you're able or better able to deal with this serious situation. Found a new therapist on BetterHelp, better than who I had. Amazing, Peaches. So did you already have like a session with them? Probably, right? And hi, Lisa. Welcome, welcome. Hi from the Netherlands. Going to Belgium for a couple of days. Love Hasselt. So relaxed there. I mean, that would be amazing. That could be just the perfect thing. Are you Dutch? Well, I'm German, but I live in the Netherlands now. I moved a couple years ago. Yes. Mm, I'm doing pretty good. Like, again, last week was like kind of a rough week. Like, I have chronic pain. Chronic headache is one of them, and I had uh like a migraine Botox treatment for that last week. And then like in the beginning it just hurts way more. So yeah, last week was kind of rough, but now it's getting better again. I had two funerals in 4 days' time with two of my best friends. Oh my god, Lisa. That's like, how are you doing? You know? Yeah, like like it's potentially fibromyalgia. Like fibromyalgia is essentially just a fancy word they put on everything they don't have a different diagnosis for. Um, but yeah, it's like literally like if you look online, it says like fibromyalgia is diagnosed by the ways of like ruling out everything else. So yeah, it's like in the it's in the talk, but I don't have an official diagnosis yet. But yeah. I'm trying to handle my epilepsy and Tourette at the same time. That's a lot to handle. I'm not so great. I've been crying a lot. Mentally, it's hard. I can imagine. I think crying a lot is good in this situation, though. It's like, it's like I would worry more if you like kept all the emotions to yourself and been like, oh, I don't feel anything. And it's like, I knew those girls since I was 5. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Lisa. Have you been able to share this? Both got hit by a car driving for red and drove off? Yeah, do that phone call. Oh my lord. That's really like, this is like one of those moments where, like, exactly like what I told you in the Discord as well, Peaches, like, where you just have to accept that life is unfair. Like, it's really, life was never meant to be fair. Life was always about survival. It's been a week since we had our fight. She still won't talk to me. just room, but other than that, she won't talk to me. She said time and space, but I'm like, I've done all I can. I feel like I've done my part of apology. Well, Peaches, I do have to say that, like, just apologizing is oftentimes just not doing enough. Like, apologizing doesn't mean that everything's gonna be like before. Apologizing you do because it was wrong. But you can't force somebody to love you back afterwards just because you apologized. The damage is done, and it won't go away just by apologizing. Like, apologizing is essentially there to, for like, if something bad happens out of mistake, usually. It's like, usually we apologize for things where we didn't mean that or we didn't want to do that. Or, yeah, now we see that it was wrong what we did. But apologizing is not like a get out of jail free card, right? Just because we apologize, the other person doesn't have to forgive us. They don't have to, like, they won't feel safe with us again just because we apologize. I mean, otherwise we would put nobody in prison, right? Like, murderers would just say, "Oh, I'm sorry," and then we would be like, "Okay, nice, perfect, everything good." And that's not the way it is. Like, especially if it's like anger related, I can completely understand that she's just gonna put a boundary down and be like, "This hurt too much, and I don't feel safe for that type of connection anymore." Jesus. How can I? Annoying. I'm just gonna time you out for like 1 second because I want to delete the message. But I don't know how. Yeah, both were cycling home from training and it happened in front of your eyes. The other died in hospital. Oh my god, Lisa. Are you talking to like some therapist or something? Like, do you have somebody, like a medical professional, who's helping you like process what you've seen and what you've been going through? Is it like a sort of like a psychologist who works for the cops? Or hmm, I'm glad. I mean, that I can't even imagine how you must feel. Do you have other people to talk to about this? Like, I don't know, friends, family? Mm, I can imagine that's gonna be really hard. I guess they didn't catch him yet. Maybe, or Aww. Oh, did I catch him already? I mean, at least that. That's good news, yeah, for sure. But I mean, still, it's just, you know. Exactly. Won't bring them back. So, how about friends then, Lisa? Like, maybe, like, just other friends of them as well who are hurting just as much as you do. Hmm. I can imagine. That must have been really frustrating. I'm really sorry for you, Lisa. How are you doing right now, Lisa? I just read it, Peaches. But I just want to focus on Lisa right now. Yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do? Well, I mean, as long as everybody's informed, sort of, you know, beforehand. I think people will still see the emotion you have in the moments when you are able to say what you want. I think it's fine, Lisa. I mean, it's not like you know, like it would be different if I would do that kind of stuff, right? Like with you, it's what are you supposed to do? Like it just happens. It's not really like you choose to do that, right? So, So, do you have anybody to talk about, like going, what has been going on and how you've been feeling apart from the victim support, Lisa? No, I'm sorry for your snacks. I mean, that work is putting pressure on you. Is like, got your girlfriend and your family. That's amazing. Soon to be wife? I mean, that's positive news. Aw. I mean, since Lisa lives in Belgium, I wouldn't even have to fly, but but I think that's a private thing. Am I on the worksheet of the kids? Oh my god. Big W's. I'm so glad for you, Lisa, and I'm glad that you're able to see the good and the bad at the same time. And I think it's a really good sign again that you give yourself space to feel all those feelings, that you do cry, you know, as a therapist for kids in foster care. I mean, that, like, if you can't adopt a kid, then nobody will, like, that's honestly, like, that's gonna be amazing. Actually, I've heard that it's kind of like in the Netherlands, it's allegedly kind of hard to adopt a kid. And like I don't know how hard. Like I don't know if it's like people who like shouldn't be parents but then say like, "Oh, it's like way too hard to adopt a kid." Or if it's like like normal families because like I don't know, like I would be up to adopt a kid at some point. But I just heard it's like borderline impossible. Whereas like, well, hmm. Any paperwork needs to be done and all is good. Really? Like it's not that difficult? Being lesbian is making it harder. Yeah, I can imagine. Mm-hmm. You can let them know, like, I wish I wouldn't have had a dad. Like, it would have been better for me if my dad actually went to prison instead of, like, staying out. But, it's like, this, like, whole, like, dad and mom, like, focus is so annoying to me because it's like, if you have a dad and mom, you're gonna have the perfect parents. No, you can still have a shit dad or a shit mom, you know? Like, it doesn't really, like, just make sure the parents are good parents. That's, like, the most important. Yeah. No, 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 for sure not, Lisa. But, like, still, like, I just feel like it's, like, that it's, like, tied to, like, dad and mom means good parents versus, like, being a good parent means being a good parent. is mind-boggling to me. Aww. That's really sweet. So the kid is gonna be part of a really nice family. I'm glad to hear that. Hi, Yellowstone. I disagree with your rules. I mean, that's very fair. Just means that you, well, I mean, like, it sort of depends on like what your disagreement is about, right? But at the end of the day, my chat, my rules. If you want to take part in this, stick to the rules. If you have a question about the rules, where like, is that really that reasonable or something? That's fair. And you can ask me that question. I'm always up for sort of feedback. But yeah, if we then at the end of that just disagree, my stream. You found a mental health talk streamer just like me? Who is it relaxing? Maybe we have somebody new to raid to when the stream's ending. Goofball of a dog keeping me company. Hmm. Mm, I sort of like, I see what you mean. I feel like it's the rules just sort of like give a idea about how we approach vulnerability here, right? And like what like a safe space means to us, I think. So it's not really like, you know, like the rules itself are like very, you know, like not very specific, and more like they give like an idea. So we don't like moderate on them like as harsh. I mean, I think the harshest thing we moderate on is really if someone is yeah, just blatantly like disrupting the stream. But apart from that, there is like a lot of space for opinion in the stream, as long as it's phrased in a way where there's space for disagreeing opinion as well. Hmm. Oh, it's in German though. That's interesting. No, it's not in German. The chat is English. Hmm. Interesting. I think she might be Swiss actually. There's also like Switzerland in the tags. Anyways. Yeah, and I'm sorry for you, Snacks. It's like I can relate. Yeah, let's maybe do that, Peaches. Like if you have to go soon, you know. Yeah. I think we're actually like we usually here trying to keep it more like, relatable for everybody. And to make it like easy for people to follow. Because we also have like non like where like English is like only their second language or third or fourth or fifth even. But apart from that, it's like mostly our stream here actually focuses on the mental health part, so not too in depth about well, these like historic what is the word for it in English? I'm lacking it. I only have it in German. It's not a hard word, but I'm like so close, but I can't get there. No, it's gone. It's like the more I focus on it, the more it's gone. All right, Yellowstone. So I'm just gonna like focus on the other people again because I think you have a lot to say, but I don't know like what you want to hear from me even, or like if there is much you want to hear from me. Feels like you want to talk to me, but not really, like have like an answer. Um, and there is definitely a thing where you just like trying to put as much like fancy words in there so you feel like um, you know, like nobody's gonna understand. So I'm just gonna leave you with that and focus on the other people again. Mm. We gotta go because your sister-in-law and her kid woke up. You're babysitting? You're welcome, Lisa. Just know, like, you can always, like, come back here. And I'm really glad for the support you do have. And we're gonna try, of course, to support you as much as we can. And if you do want to share something where, I'm offline, you can share it in the Discord. We have, like, a mental health channel there. Or just in a general, it's, like, really not that strict. So just put it in there. Like we're not that big yet that we need to make like very strict rules there. Um. Yeah, but it was a pleasure talking to you. I'm really sorry what you're going through right now, but I'm hopeful for you, and I think you got this. You're a strong person, and you seem really resilient, and I think you know that. Oh yeah. Yeah, how's it going with like stopping with uh stopping with vaping features? Is it going well? Ah, nice. Yeah, I see you joined. Amazing. All right, Lisa. See you and have a good day. And hi, Yana. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing fine. How are you doing? I had a really bad craving the other day after a very stressful day, but I curbed it with the gum. Very good, Peaches. So you're still vape free? For how long now? I just like a waste of space. Made an appointment, but that would be Thursday the 23rd. Okay, so it's longer than a week from now. Hmm. You can, what you could do is, Snacks, you could like call them again and tell them if anything, any appointment spontaneously comes up before then, that they call you because you would really like to see them like as soon as possible. And chances are not that bad for stuff like this. Really not. So I would definitely do that if I were you. Or, well, like if you want to like go to Belgium for like a really like a couple of days or something, um, then yeah, it's like definitely like closer to this. And how do you feel now, Snugs? Like, is there something you still sort of like, want to talk about, or do you feel like talked enough? I need some, rest. What's going on, Yana? You say it could definitely be better. That doesn't sound too good. In 2 weeks now, you're wave-free beaches? Nice. That's amazing. So how is the stomach pain? Is it like already leaving? Or like is it still as bad as in the beginning? No, Yellowstone, I understand that you choose them purposefully. Um, but it's just that like you won't like with these like if you can't say it in like more simpler terms, the entire stream won't be able to interact with you. And again, there's not really a question. It just felt like a monologue. So I usually like like I don't want to be mean, but like I usually just listen to podcasts like in separately from my stream because there are people who want like to like me to talk to them also really. So I think if you're good like this, I'm just gonna have you do your thing there. Have fun. It's leaving somewhat, but not nearly as bad as in the beginning. I mean, that's amazing already. That's good. So, how do you feel already? Like, how is it with also the like, the irritability? Is that the word? I'm not sure. Is that already like, do you notice that you're sort of like, it's like going better or is it getting worse? Like, how are the symptoms? Yeah, no, I'm really struggling with anxiety and overthinking at the moment. I've become close to someone, and every time they take a while to reply, my mind convinces me they're going to leave or that I've done something wrong. I know it isn't rational, but it feels so real. Just feeling really lonely, to be honest. Hmm. I'm sorry for you, Yana. I mean, it's good that you do like see the difference between it being rational and it being like yeah, between like what is like rational to think and what is like anxiety, which is maybe like not as useful. Mm. Have you ever considered where that anxiety comes from and that overthinking? Because like depending on that, it can really like um influence how we go about these things. Another way to actually, like, if you already are at the point where you know, like, it isn't rational, you could also, it was like one exercise recommended to me from my therapist. So, like, you know, like, you do you. I don't know if it's gonna work. But our brain essentially works on evidence. But a lot of the time, we're actually really good to get like really bad evidence and like really bad information only to get to make decisions on. And especially because like negative situations are usually like more stuck in our heads than positive ones. So what can help to sort of balance out this information bias we have there, which is going to like help us with like how necessary we think our anxiety is essentially, or like how useful it is for survival, can be to make a list. So every time when you feel like your anxiety tells you like, oh my god, like I'm not gonna text back, I did something wrong, to like note down what you like feel is going on and what you think is gonna happen, like what this like worst case scenario in your head is, and then just like wait for the outcome essentially, and if the outcome was different, to note it down as well. So that way, every time your anxiety tells you, oh, something bad is gonna happen, you will sort of like listen to it and then see what the outcome is. And the way it's helping is essentially that right now, you're probably like your anxiety feels validated because the only times you can remember are the times where the anxiety was right, but not the times where the anxiety was wrong. So in that moment where you just, you know, like put down all of the times your anxiety kicked in, and then you do have that information of when the anxiety was wrong. And that can help to actually lower the anxiety. But there's a lot of different ways how to engage with anxiety and overthinking. Do you have like ever considered to like speak to a therapist or something like this? Or like have you ever spoken to a therapist and have gotten like any guidance on like what a good way for you is? Or do you know already a good way for you? Good for you, Snugs. 5 years smoke free. Well, I'm not sure if Yellowstone is really unwatched by the mods because I don't think there are any mods here right now, but sure. Is minor matter more real, or does an event truly happen if there is no observer present to witness it? I mean, I think even if there's an observer, it really depends on what the observer observes now. Like, I feel like this whole thing with um, like the question you will ask is like, if there's no observer, like, is it real or not? But I think we can like go further, right? Because the way we see things and interpret things and observe things is vastly different from other people. Like the things we focus on are different, the information we actually get is different. Like our eyes see different things, our brain is like interpreting them different, and all of these things. So even though there is an event we do witness and observe, it's gonna be biased by who observes it. Like if you want to see it in a mental health context. Momsoever is never had a gun. Yellowstone, you're not on watch for like only stating historic blah 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 whatever. You're on watch for disrupting the stream, plainly. And if you don't see that, then you're focusing way more on like the 10 after comma number instead of that it's 1 and not 10, you know? Like, it's like, that's why people think you're trolling. Like, you're far off the point. So. Oh, John's here? Oh, I think he's only lurking. Like, he said he was, like, in the university, I think. I appreciate the help, Step Bro. Like, if you guys are like too disrupted by Yellowstone, like, I can ban him or them. I personally, I think it's like low-key entertaining. So I'm just, you know. My mind doesn't use evidence. There's so many instances where this person has shown me something that completely contradicts my anxiety, but my brain just looks for the next thing that's going to happen. Hmm. I see, Anna. So, have you ever talked to a therapist or anything like this, Yana? About this like anxious attachment style, like where it's coming from, how to go about this, how to process it and progress it, maybe. Like, have you ever had a chance there to like speak about this with a professional therapist? You don't know what to expect to talk to a therapist, Slugs? Well, I think Slugs with you, it's like really good to just like start with this, with the mental health support person at the GP. I think that's a good first step for you. So I think you're on a good way, like having this appointment, like letting them know that you would like maybe like appointment sooner, like focusing on the things you can do for yourself to recharge. Like maybe, for example, what you said with like going to Belgium. I think that's a good first step. I think that's good. You know, like it's not gonna resolve this hard situation out of nowhere. Like, of course not. It's still a hard situation. But I think it's gonna put you in a better place to deal with it. Peaches, I'm handling this, don't worry. You can just like tell me like if you like, because I just asked like if there is how the chat is feeling about Yellowstone. But I think it's like, if anything, like if Yellowstone is a troll, these messages from you are actually entertaining for for them. Bequeath me. Oh my god. Bequeath me. Mm. Okay, so how's the rest of the chat thinking? Ban or no ban for Yellowstone? I haven't only really been the last week or so that it's come up this bad. Did you have like a girlfriend before or something, Yana? Like a partner? I don't like. Have you actually said if it's a girl or whoever? I don't know. But have you had like a partner before where this also came up, or is this like the first person this comes up with, even though you've been in this situation with multiple people before? No, I mean this is also straight for you guys. Like if you feel like, like I'm taking this like Roots is also like, okay, just ban them. All right. All right, Yellowstone, you had your shot, Didn't really make it. Vibe check failed. I did kind of like the words. Whomsoever's. Oh. Thus falls. Ah. Bequeath me. Unbecoming with words. Come forth. I don't know. I think it's like I see like I do understand why like other streamers ban them, and like maybe it would be the right decision to just ban people like this in the beginning, but I'm like too much of like a person who sees it as a social study in that moment. And it's like, why is that person still engaging with the stream, even though the stream is giving him like sort of nothing? Like, I'm just ignoring him and, like, well, okay, I guess like Pete just did like, give him some like, engagement. But it's still like, it feels like writing those messages is I don't know, it feels like it's not worth the result, which is like coming out of it. But it's just yeah. I just sort of like to see it and like see where it's going, like what's happening. But I understand if people are like pissed off by it, but it's just I don't know. It's sort of like sitting on a park bench and watching like a couple argue. It's just it can just be interesting to be like, huh. Mm-hmm. There's so much like, so much screaming, and then at the end they like hug each other and like kiss each other again, where it's like, so apparently it doesn't work for them like it works for me. So, and hi, Ivan. Welcome, welcome. I do think that like people who are like not part of the stream for this long would have been banned for like constantly asking about the spotlight for sure. So with Peaches, it's like really just because like I know like usually Peaches can behave, so it's like giving the I have some faith that there's like gonna be better in the future. Heated me too hastily, perchance Yellowstone could have prevailed. Oh no, Roots. I'm sorry. And hi, Ryder, by the way, welcome, welcome. No, Nyrek, it was. I didn't mention your name, it's not about you. Oh. I mean, I do have to say, like, I think with like people talking like this, like it's completely fine, right? Like if you just actually like take part in a conversation where it's like Yellowstone just sort of like started his own conversation and just, you know, like it was more like starting like a like I don't know, like going on the stage at a party where like nobody's supposed to be on stage and then just going on stage and like citing some old book, you know. Whereas like everybody's just like looking at you kind of like, huh? Just realized I was coloring. I'm thinking, how did I get my license? Wait, was Nirek? What is you were a color? Colorblind. Ah, okay. How did I get my license? But I think that's fine, no? Like, I don't know. I feel like colorblind is not necessarily like a like it's impossible for you to drive correctly. It's like harder maybe for sure, no? But it's like I think the red and the green are probably like different tones of gray. So even though you don't see it as like red and green, it's like okay, like you know, like this is or like even just position, you can just be like, okay, the upmost one is this and the bottom one is this one. And then like if you can see the color of cars, it's like it doesn't matter at all. And then with the stop lights, for example, it's like different lights than the turning signals. So I think like most of the signs you have with like driving are really like color independent. Like color is as a supporting mechanism, but it's not necessary, I think. to get the signs right. So I don't know, like maybe I'm crazy, but I don't think it's bad. I mean, at some point, maybe you will be able to tolerate me just leaving some of your messages on read. But I thought you, like, didn't you say, like, you wanted to, like, skip the rest of the topic, though, Peaches? Like, you said you have to, like, go sort of, like, soon? And you wanted to talk about the vaping thing? And, like, that topic is done, I think? Your physical therapist cancelled? Bruh. Why is every therapist canceling on you? What is happening there? Hmm. Ah, yikes. I was arguing with my friend and she told to go check if I'm colorblind. But, like, I was about to say, but, like, shouldn't you notice sooner? But actually, it, like you do see colors, you just like different ones then. And, like, with a lot of things, the difference is not too big. And also, we sort of accepted that people see those colors differently. So it's like, it takes a while until it comes up. So then now you want to talk about the streamer thing? Hmm. Yeah, no, by the way, are you still here? I wanted to give you like a like an article you could check out and see if that's I forgot to do that before. But there's a really nice article about like anxiety and stuff like this. Um, there's like a nice website which is essentially like making like really good articles in general, and it's about a bunch of topics, and it's like the like big topic anxiety, and then you can like sort of like click through until you find what's more relevant to you. But I feel like it's like really like important to get a better grasp about like what's going on, to then know if this is something you maybe want to check out with a therapist, or you just want to like try and deal with alone, you know. Now I do notice that the person was a bit like disrupting, because otherwise I would have sent this to Yana beforehand. Mm. I entertain stuff like this sometimes too long. So with the like she in this context is the streamer Peaches, right? So what specifically is frustrating though? Oh, peaches. Mm. So actually you have seen her like IRL then? Peaches though? I didn't get that part before. I think you never said that. I see. So, okay, so beforehand you said though that she essentially like doesn't like or like told you to a certain extent that like she doesn't like want to talk to you like privately anymore and is only talking like it's like letting you be part of the stream, but that's sort of it. Now you're saying like she leaves you on read, but like sometimes she does answer. Welcome back, Lisa. This therapy lads, it ain't free, pay up, times money. It's free. I'm not a therapist though, and this isn't therapy, lemon slice. This actually like I sort of like appreciate what you're trying to do here, but at the same time, it's really important actually that people do understand that this is not like you can't use the stream as a replacement for therapy. Okay, like this is not just like, oh, I don't want to do that. No, this is something which this it wouldn't be good to do that for you. Like if you struggle with more complicated problems and if you go to like a random coach or something to get help with that, if like I don't know, like if you for example like have like just like like depression, anxiety, BPD, like all of those things, like all of these have very linked to each other consequences sometimes. And it makes this whole thing like insanely complex. And people can trigger that or push you in the like wrong direction with that if they don't know how that works. So since I am not trained in this to that extent, this is not therapy. And this is far from therapy. Like this is the most you can say, this is like mental health coaching, life coaching. It's like I'm coming from a place of like, yeah, I learned about this like to a certain extent. Sure, I did like certain certificates, read some books for sure, for sure, for sure. And I've like lived experience for sure. But none of what I say is medical advice, right? And this is why I also like when people come here and say like, hey, I don't know, I'm like suicidal, this, that, whatever, or like heavy depression, blah, blah, blah. This is why I always say like, hey, have you reached out to a therapist? Like, have you ever talked to one? Have you ever considered this? Because it might be beneficial. Because just a coach, like, or just a random person, I can't help with that. Like, that's something where you have like, where you have research which is supported by like multiple studies telling you like, hey, this and this treatment works for these and these peoples with these and these side effects, you need to watch out for this and blah blah blah, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of, I'm just saying, like there is a lot of uh you know uh there's a lot of other things. You're building your Lego set. Have fun building Lego. Mm-hmm. Peaches, be a bit more like, like easy on other people, please. Are we allowed to DM you private on Discord? Yeah, usually I don't, just because for the reason being that like for because this is a mental health sort of awareness stream, right? And like we do like some coaching, it's very easy to then be like, oh, this person said she wants to help on stream. I'm now gonna like try to like get help from her like privately in her free time. Where it's like, if I don't get my off times, I won't be able to do the stream anymore. So to just sort of like make that line less like blurry, you know, I just don't do the M's really. Um, but I don't know, like of course when like it's further down the line and I know that people like really know how to, like cut the line there, then like the it might be different. There's always exceptions, but yeah. Usually I just keep that as a like first instance to not have to like I don't know, like reject people like personally if the only reason why I reject them in that moment is like, hey, I do need my free time, please. Now it's 20 subs. Yeah, guys, if this would be therapy, it would only cost 10 subs. But since this is life coaching, it's 20 subs now. Hmm. Peaches, please chill, you know? Like, I told you already, like, be a bit more chill towards other people. Like, I think everybody knows that this is a joke with, like, Lemon Slice is saying, and, like, fun is part of the stream. Not everything is, like, instantly hijacking the stream. Like, it's really, like, I'm still on camera, it's fine. I handle all of those things. That's why I'm the moderator. Yeah, don't worry about it, Lisa. You don't have to be sorry for asking. Like, asking is completely fine. I mean, if there's something specific you would like to reach out for or something, like, you can still, like, let me know. No? Like, there's. But it's just so that, like, I don't know. I just don't. This is a stream, right? This is asymmetric. So, like, if I, like, right now, like, at least, like, how it looks for me, I have, like, 18 viewers. Like, if I would, like, personally like support them like through chat, this would be a full-time job, really. So yeah, exactly. So if it's nothing about that and just like a quick question about like, yeah, like I live in Belgium, wanted to send some pictures, then like I can send you a friend request, don't worry. But usually I like get to know people first and then, see. So for current time right now, correct. She won't talk to me outside of stream, and she leaves me on read and won't reply, but she replies to me on stream. Hmm. So what happened, Peaches? Like, why did that change? Like you said, sort of like the context was that you were promised some type of role in the stream, like either probably like via PR mod, and then there's sort of like a stream manager who told you that they talked about this and that would like not be okay. But then you ask her and she said like this actually like never happened like this, and it was just like sort of that he made it up. But so what is then like that seems like all should be good like between you two. So what then happened that like she doesn't want to talk to you outside of stream anymore? And what is the like do you have like a specific question there about like if you did something wrong, or like how you should go about this, or like what you can do to save the friendship maybe? You have a broken ankle and she still like tells you to like go to a grocery store? Like that's gonna be worth like a massage or something. Mm. It's like use the message like lemon slice sent in. Like like shit ain't free. 20 subs. Wah. But this didn't happen, right? Like just to clarify. Or like wait, the dog tripped you? Wait, okay, sorry, what? There's so many ways you can read that message. Did you fall like down the stairs because of the dog? It's 30 subs for that? Yeah. Your dog you alert dog just bruh. Ay. Poor dog. Poor Lisa. Oof. Okay, that's heavy. I mean, I hope it heals fast. So, it's because I called her a liar because I thought she had lied to me because of her stupid manager saying what he said. So all in all, our manager is his fault. Do you think this is why she doesn't talk to you anymore, Peaches? Because it's the manager's fault? I'm gonna be honest, Peaches. I can see her perspective here. I would be mad too on you, not on the manager. Like, even though the manager said something like this, if we have a personal connection, I would expect you to have faith that I didn't lie to you. Because you know me, and you should know that I'm not a liar. And it would hurt my feelings that even though you know me, you would think that I'm a liar. Other people can say random things the entire time. I would expect you to make the difference and be like, hey, like give me at least the benefit of the doubt and be like, hey, your manager told me this and this, but you told me like I would get like this role potentially. Like, what's going on there? I would expect you to not break through the door with you're a liar, oh my god, you're so blah blah blah. But the manager had no reason to step in. It was none of his business. I'm not sure. Like sometimes like the manager is like it's sort of like it's the same with stream mods as well. Like my moderators are doing the best they can, but they won't always be on par with what I would say. Right? We're gonna lose some people in the community because of that. We already did. Like sometimes shit happens. My moderators have the responsibility to try to the best of their abilities to like act in line with what I have in mind for the stream. Sometimes that's gonna go wrong. Sometimes I change my mind, don't update them on like how my perspective on that changed. Sometimes they didn't properly understand my perspective on some things. It's life, like communication is never perfect. Sometimes stuff like this happens. Sometimes they might be personally affected or like get emotional because of something and then like act harsher than I would sort of in that situation. But I still would stand behind them. I would like let them know that like, the next time maybe rather do this and that. But I wouldn't be mad on them because they acted to the best of their abilities. And you don't know what like actually happened, right? Like her manager maybe didn't get from her the memo that like you were promised some role. And for when you went to him, like we're like, hey, I was promised some role, like you were like bullshitting maybe. Or like sort of like, I don't know, like maybe he doesn't like you and it's like personally things like, okay, like no, this wouldn't be good for the stream. And this also is in her regard, but like doesn't know the relationship between you and her, right? Fandom stream. I'm going into detail. So just to me as no right to be gone for 5 months at a time and then just pop into stream or Discord and say, oh, that's not happening. Hmm. Even then, that's like what he did. And like I think it's fair to like be mad on him that like he like like just like is not even informed and said something like to you like this. But this is about you and her, no? I don't think Findom is necessarily a red flag, but it's just a different field. And it has different rules. And I think honestly, like essentially because it's a Findom stream and you were like promised some role or something, I think showing anger towards the streamer and then like she not like having contact with you anymore is even more understandable, right? Because that could turn into a safety question. So I think it's really I think if we just focus on you and her, you were angry at her, mad on her, even though she didn't do what you thought. So it was unfair for her. And it sort of showed that no matter what connection you had with her, it's very fragile. Right? Because some random person who's gone for 5 months can come back, say something, and you will turn on her just like that. Like, that would be the thing which hits me. So, like, if you want to understand her side, and if she's, like, sort of, like, close in that regard to me, like, that would be really what bothers me in this whole thing. Especially because you just blame the manager for everything. And it feels like there's some accountability left out there. Sure, give an example. And I think it's good when you block people also here in stream where you, like, if you can't take what they say. Everybody can have personal preferences, and if they don't align with how I moderate my stream, it's good to moderate what you can moderate for yourself. Yeah. Why did I promise you that? Is that for money you paid me? Or is it because, like, oh, like, we're so good friends and you've been such a nice part of the stream and that's why you get it? Okay, it's because of money you paid. Mm-hmm. Comes back from not even being around for 5 months and contradicts what you as the streamer has promised. And then? So what then happened? Like, what did you say to her? Or how did you approach her? That's pretty accurate. Yes, this. What the heck? This is not okay. Like, I know. Hmm. So I personally, if I was promised something from the streamer, and then some, like, moderator, streamer manager would tell me, like, yo, that's not happening, but you have the contact of the streamer, I would not be mad in the beginning at all. I would just be like, hey, he told me this and this. Like, is that really, like, is it really not happening? Like, I thought we agreed that, like, this works, or, like, is that, like, correct information? I would just go for a double check. I would probably, like, be not mad at all, because I didn't hear from her yet that this is the way it looks like. And especially since he's like 5 months gone, it can very well be the case that he's not informed about what's going on right now. And I think that's really, you know, it's sort of like, it's same-ish to what, like, problem you run into here as well sometimes. It's like somebody says something which is like, you know, like, not, like, I wouldn't even say it's like really out of the lane of like the stream's rules or anything. It's maybe just something which shouldn't be like your 24/7 content in the chat, but that's really about it. And then you go from 0 to 60 and like, hey, you can't say this, like, get away, leave the stream. Where it's like, I don't agree. Like, this is not how we tell people what they did wrong and like how to come back. Like, there's no, like, funnily enough, there's no option to come back the way you phrase it, right? It's like, you did this wrong, leave. Where it's like, you as a person, you do want that option. Like, I can't treat you the same way. You would be like, oh, that's so unfair, but I would want to say sorry, and then everything should be fine again. But the other people don't get the same standard. It's also when, like, I like slightly like ignore your message because I'm first going into the messages of other people because they're easier to answer. To then like be able to like better concentrate on your message. You instantly answer with like, oh, you're ignoring me, like you're not reading my message. Like, why do other people get this but I don't? It's from 0 to 60 real fast. Where it's like, you don't check in with the other person if that's really what they meant. You're 100% sure that you completely understood the intention of the other person and you're judging them for it in that moment. You know? Where it's like, I would hope that you check in with me if that's what I meant. I would hope that you give me the benefit of the doubt. I would hope that you have faith that I don't just ignore you, but that I have a reason for what I do. Yeah, but this is not about him, Peaches. There will always be people like him. So just blaming him is not going to be like a really valuable strategy, I think. Like, at least from my perspective, because I don't think you can avoid people like him. Like, in my stream, there's always going to be people who are like a bit, like, you know, just like saying something you don't like. I will, like, for sure, always sometimes do things you don't like and you don't agree with. Yeah. But at the same time, even being so angry at him seems a bit much, no? Like, I completely understand why you get so angry. But I think the pattern that you notice, that you like, the thing you hate about your brain is that it goes from 0 to 60 real fast. Like, that's a thing where you could really start to work with. So it doesn't happen with other things either. But like, just because somebody doesn't match your expectation of the effort they should put in doesn't mean you are right to judge them and punish them with anger. Because this is your expectation he failed to like live up to. This might not be his expectation or the streamer's expectation. Like, if this manager doesn't live up to the streamer's expectation, you can let the streamer know, so that the streamer can sort of like, you know, like build a case in their mind, and it's like, okay, good, I'm gonna like, you know, like kick him out of that responsibility because he's not living up to my standards. And as long as the streamer doesn't do that, you sort of need to assume that the streamer is actually fine with the way he does his job. So then he might not live up to your expectation, but is fulfilling the what he is requested to. You know? Like, you're not in the authority position in that moment. It's not your moment to judge or punish. It was talk about, yeah, I mean, that's great. So you can tell her what he did. Be like, hey, like, he told me like this is not gonna happen, that role. So I was just checking in if that's actually like aligned with what you want. And if that's not the case, what information is she getting? She's getting that her manager like overstepped the line, or like what he did, and he's gonna judge whether that is overstepping the line or not. And if she already sort of has a case in her mind, like maybe that's gonna be the moment where she says like, yeah, okay, like I'm gonna finally do it. I'm gonna like let him go, like put somebody else in as my manager. Oh, they just initiated a session. They can just do it like this? Okay, that's crazy. Well, good luck. But do try and like take some accountability there yourself. This is not all just because of that manager. So, see you next time. And welcome back, Indy. And Sita Hero, thank you for 100 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I understand how you see it, Lemon Slice. It's, but it's also like that's like one of the situations where I'm just gonna say, like, that's not my thing to judge either, right? So, and hi, Lady Right Now, welcome back as well. It's like we're gonna help as much as we can, and you guys know that I try to like do a good job at moderating my community, and sometimes there's things we still have to learn. Sometimes it's not going to be perfect, And if you guys have like a problem with our moderation, you can always reach out to us. Text me or the moderators and be like, hey, like I really wanted to ask about this and that. You can also just ask a question about how we handle things or why we haven't handled things or something like this. So you can like take part in this, and you can do that in like a private manner. Like you don't have to like out yourself with your opinion on stream here. Like you can text us personally, and we will take it into account for sure. And we will also explain like what's been going on, like why we haven't done something or have not done something. So just know that we take this into account. Sometimes we also don't get it perfect. Sometimes we don't get it right. Sometimes we're sort of like also conflicted about like how best to approach certain things. So, you know, like just know like either like if you have the patience to just wait things out until we sort of figure them out, you can either do that. But if it does influence like how vulnerable you are in this community, or how you want to take part in this or share or like whatever, you can literally just text us and be like, hey, I wanted to ask about this and that, why there's nothing happening, or why this has happened, and we're going to give you more information to make sure that you can understand our opinion and our behavior in that regard. You can. How do we do this the best? I think you should maybe like text me about this, because like I'm always there. But I do have like the M's disabled at the moment. I can see if I can set up a Discord channel where you guys can write in but don't read, but I can read. And the moderators can read, so that we're informed there. And then like we can reach out to you or something. I can see if that's an option. Apart from that, you can like text the moderators, or like ping me that you would like that you have like a moderating question for me, and then I'm gonna add you as a friend, and we can talk about it if that's all right. Or I'm just gonna like make like a channel for like which like only like you and me can read, and then we or like well the moderators and you, and then we can talk about it there. All right, guys. I'm gonna quickly head to the toilet and fill up my water. And open up the window. So, see you back in like, I don't know, like 5 minutes, you know. We could ping mods too. Yeah. Yeah. But I think like they can like text instantly now. I think like Fluffy potentially too. I don't know. But yeah, we gotta figure something out there maybe. Maybe we can have something like a sort of like the optimal way figured out, and then we can like also put it below the stream in sort of like a panel or something. Yeah. We'll see. Anyways, I'm gonna fill up the water. Be back in 5 minutes. All right, guys. All right, I'm back. Hello. Hello. You wanna get cuddles? Hmm? Oh, you look so sleepy. Are you asleep? Entire time, right? Oh, you don't even see him. He's laying right there on the floor. Mucki, komm! Komm auf! Nein, rumheulen da unten? Ja, kein Problem. Da ist sie. Hm? Keine Cuddles? Hm? I'm not gonna cuddle you down there. Come up here. Well. Yeah, cry about it. Come up here if you want cuddles. I want to ask this respectfully, but do you work out? I try to. I really try to. But sometimes it's just, I don't know. So last week I didn't work out. Well, to be fair, I couldn't work out for like 2 days because of the migraine Botox thing, because you can't work out with that. But then I really should have for the last part of the week, but I didn't. That's why my last week was so shitty. So I'm definitely gonna probably I'm gonna go work out tomorrow. But I want to do like way more. Like I take. Got something to say? Hmm? How about you just let me talk? Is it your stream? No? Maybe? um but yeah, I should do some more like cardio, like just like something for the heart, you know. But I don't. I avoid it completely because I hate it. Yeah, but I really should. Yeah. But I don't I really don't go as much as I should to the gym. Like I'm not like twice a week is not my average. I'm working to make twice a week my average. So technically I go to the gym. Thank you, Lady Rhinog. Today is day 194 of doing my Pilates every day. Oh, maybe we should do that really. What are you doing again? You sent it in already, right? Like I can't excuse myself with not knowing anymore, right? No, I think you didn't send it in. Well, Grumpy, you need to send the exercises you do or the workout you do in. Otherwise, people just can't do the workout. Jeez. Dancing is cardio too. Yeah, I don't do that enough either. So, like, I was actually looking at dance classes, but The ones I found, is he like, he's directly behind me on the floor. Up here. I want to cuddle you. Perfect, Rumpy. I really like, I'm so, I don't know, like with flirting and stuff, I'm like really, how do you say this? I just don't notice at all. So this was really just like, I didn't even recognize it as flirting later right now. I was just like, oh yeah, compliment for my thighs. Nice. The danger spot is always the most comfortable with pets. Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, the dance classes I looked at here are like either like crazy expensive or age restricted, so I can't take part in them anymore, or too far away. Yeah. So. Why are you laying there? Come here, love. Come on, come up here. You're literally hugging the wheel of my chair. You wanna die? Come on, come up here. Come. He's like crying down there, where it's like you could come on my lap. It's like no big deal. You wanna lay in the sun? I get it, but I like. Can't you lay in the sun like a little bit further back, maybe? You know, like, do you need, like, I understand that you want to be with me, but, like, do you need to be with the chair too? You will get more on my lap. Come on. Come on. Come up here. No, you want to lay in the sun? Well. Like, I had to convince Craig just with pure charm. The flirting just didn't work. Like, it was actually the other way around. Like, I knew what I wanted. Well, at least I thought I knew. I was wondering about another thing, but I don't know if I want a spotlight for it. Well, I mean, that's your decision to make, though. I don't know. Now you're just leaving again? You could be on my lap and get cuddles. When's the last time you were rickrolled? I was rickrolled by myself. So I have a website, right? And at some point I put a rickroll, like a hidden rickroll on that website to just, you know, be funny. And then I don't know, like a year later or something, I checked my website and like wanted to change some things and stuff, and like change some things on the shop as well and stuff like this. And was going through all the elements, and then like there was this element where I was like, ah, what is this? And like clicked it, and I just rickrolled myself. It's like really, like, if you want to be like real funny, like hide some rickrolls on your PC and then leave them there and like try to like just not think about them. And like a year later or 2 years later, you're gonna laugh your ass off and it's gonna be an amazing story to tell people on stream. Hey, could you explain the spotlight rules briefly, or like the asking question rules? Usually I've noticed people just ask or talk when it's appropriate, right? Yeah, usually it's really just that. And like with the spotlight, we just sort of like notice when it gets into like a deeper topic or like a bigger topic, or just, like I can't go in depth anymore into like every chat message, but like one person is like requires more attention than that, then it moves into a spotlight for them. And yeah, so it's no hard rules or anything. Cat's turn is already over. To Jason Danger Wheel, yeah. I don't know if it's actually still hidden on my website. I don't know if I removed it or not. I really don't know, actually. So nice we go to the pub for dinner with my dad and little brother, and every time we go, it's when I get this one to dress them. But I'm aware of the consequences of doing that. My question is sort of, why is it when I'm outside? Does the dysphoria show up? Is it always when you are outside? Or is it just with this like dinner with your dad and little brother? Exactly, Andy. Oh, I'm so glad still, Indy, that it worked with your merge. Like there was some like the post office where Indy lives like messed up his delivery and just literally like went there and said like, "Oh, nobody's home," and just left again and sent back the package. Like imagine, guys. Um and like without like saying anything or whatever, and then I like send emails to like uh the shop through what I'm like selling my merch, and when like here like there's this and this information and a screenshot of that and blah 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 whatever, and like they just send it back like, please can we find a solution and blah blah blah, and we went like back and forth like I don't know 4 or 5 times or something, but we managed that like Indy's just getting his like merch like sent again, like no extra fees, no nothing. Even though it's technically like wasn't even the shop's fault, but the post office fault. And yeah, I'm so happy that worked out. Like they're always like super helpful. But like yeah. I don't know. Like honestly, like what's going on in Australia, bro? Like jeez. Like I never had such a problem, really. Like oh my lord. I think it's always, but it feels more intense at dinner on Sundays. Hmm. Hmm. So there's two things I'm thinking, right? Like either, okay, it's always when you go outside, because it's sort of this like want to like be seen as the person you feel you are, right? Like on the like if you're inside the house, I think, and like you don't necessarily like look at all the mirrors and stuff like this. I think it's really like you're like more for yourself, right? So like looking a certain way doesn't matter as much because like if you feel a certain way, that can be enough already. But if you're outside, like a lot of people, like you sort of know like you're gonna be perceived a lot, and then like having this wish to be like perceived the way you feel, like does make a lot of sense, right? Then the other thing is if it's like sort of on Sunday specifically, what I could think of is that the dinner on Sunday sort of means something to you and is sort of like a little bit of like that, like like not maybe safe space, like that's maybe like too high, but it like that it has like a special meaning in your heart, and you just wish you could show up as the person you really are, because then everything would be perfect. Because like with your family, like that's like it's like your dad supports you in like sort of with life and everything, right? um so I like, as far as I'm concerned, like you don't hate your family. It's just that you would really wish they would accept you the way that you are. um and I think then it's maybe from this perspective of, if I could do that, it would be perfect. Like I would be happy, I would truly be happy. And this sort of wish for things to be different, and that you're like so close, like you just need to dress femme now, and then like if the dinner and everything would just go as usual, it would be perfect. Like that's what I can imagine. What do you think about that? Like, is it like, which one of those can you relate with? It's 46 degrees Celsius where you are, Grumpy? Jesus Christ. Well, here, thankfully, it's not. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I think here, really where I sit, it's probably like 27. Let me see what it is outside. It's also 27 outside. That actually seems about right, because this room is always like so much hotter than every other room. It's sometimes even hotter than um, what it's like, you know, how it's supposed to be. 27, so it's winter. That is the hottest it gets here, okay? Don't shame the Dutch summer, please. I'm crying already for 9 months of the year in rain and cold wind and moist, cold temperatures. I relate to the first one more. Hmm. Hmm. But so, if it's like more of the first one of like wanting to be perceived like a certain way, I have a sort of roommate relationship with my family. I mean, that can still be nice though, right? Like not being alone. Sometimes you have good moments. But if it's like more the first one, like are there moments where like if you don't go out with your family where you can go out dressing feminine? Or like where you can go out and then like outside, like change to dress feminine or something like this. We have a cold climate. We do not need 40 degrees Celsius. Yeah, we definitely don't need 40 degrees Celsius. I would not be mad if we were 20 degrees in winter, though. Like, I do have to say, like, I feel like if winters would just be like, like not cold, like, I don't know, I just don't like cold. But it's also like I'm biased because, like, with my, like, chronic pain, like, it gets worse when it's cold and it gets better when it's warm. So, I don't know. It's like really, I don't know, I think the Netherlands are in that regard like a really bad climate to live in for me. Yeah. So, like I would need at home to like feel warm and like comfy. I would need 24 degrees. You cannot spend that amount of money on gas. You can't. They're like I don't know, like it would be insanely expensive. I sort of considered to move to a warmer country because of that. Oh my god, Indy. I'm glad you're alright. Like I only imagine this thing where you like touch it and then you can't let go anymore because it froze. There are places I can change in the LGBT center, but I feel like Hannah Montana in that way. I mean, I love that show though. Like, I love that show so much. Like, if you say it like that, it really doesn't sound negative to me. Hmm. But I mean, yeah, maybe you can do that more. Like maybe you can sort of like help you with that urge if you like are able to live it out more. Like whenever you like don't go out with your family. And maybe even if you go out in your with your family, like maybe you can while still sort of being like acceptable for them, whatever that is, um to just feel prettier. Like maybe there's sort of like an like just that little bit more you can give yourself. Like it can just be, I don't know, like putting on moisturizer and stuff like this, or filling out your eyebrows, or uh, covering up dark circles. Four blankets, jeez. Um, I thought about like Madeira actually. Like Madeira is really nice climate. Like it never, like I think it always stays between, um, what is it like 15 and 28 or something. It's like the average temperature is 16 to 23 over the year. And then like the warmest is like, I don't know, like 26, 27. And yeah, the coolest is like 16. The cold feet on the tummy is Spoiled. I sports bras. I wear underneath that give me the feminine hug. But in this heat, I'd get a heat stroke. Yeah, that's fair. Hmm. Is there like even like covering up like your dark circles or something like that would be not, you know, like not accepted or like seen, noticed? She was 6'3"? Jeez. Yeah. Dutch people, damn. Dark circles is like on the eye. Dark circles. It's like one of those things where like also like some like guys put that makeup on. So I would like hope that it's like because of that it's like also accepted for like or like within your family. I don't know. Like I feel like sometimes going from like going outside as a boy to like going outside as a pretty boy can already like feel like a bit more like feminine as well. So I think, you know, like as long as you don't want to change anything about like, you know, like living with your family or like potentially moving to Canada, like if there is like if that's nothing we can like touch on, you know, um and you already like use the LGBT center as much as you can for like redressing yourself. Um I don't know, like I think for that specific day, like that could maybe be a thing. But it really like always depends about like how it works for yourself as well, right? Like I can imagine that it's for some people like sort of having like contacts or like putting effort into their um like boy man um exterior is like maybe even triggering. So it like really depends on like what feels better to you and what feels good to you. I also needed to lose 20 kilograms, so I want to fit into the dress I bought a while ago. So I personally think we should always buy clothes which fit us and not try to fit the clothes. I, of course, don't know your financial situation, but if you wanna, like, if you can, I would rather, if I were you, rebuy that dress in a size which fits you and which fits you comfortably instead of trying to squish your, like, body into a dress which doesn't fit you. Or, like, trying to make your body fit the dress. And hi, Adagio. Welcome, welcome. Don't worry, don't worry. It's a cute crate, by the way, technically, but like, still, don't worry. I've looked into some online therapists. Hopefully I'll start soon. Amazing. I hope it's gonna be nice. And I hope you're gonna find like a good match. Don't be afraid to like say what you think out loud. So how do you feel now, Adagio? I think it's very important that you don't push yourself too much, Adagio. I think it's honestly already like a really, really big step that you've been outside for like 10 minutes. So, how do you like feel about it? Like, like, are you able to like really, um, like, do you have space for the emotions which come up when you're outside? Or are you like more like suppressing the emotions and like really overwhelmed? Looking for ages because there's a particular dress type I want, like 50s rockabilly short sleeve with a collared dress. Ooh, okay, I see, Lady Reinhardt. That's definitely then a bit harder to like rebuy and all of that stuff. You could still maybe give it to like a tailor who can like tailor it like bigger or something. That could be a thing. So how do you feel if you're outside Adagio? I don't know if you like heard the question or like had ads or something. Ah, you were typing, I see. I feel comfortable because I'm with my safe person. That would be a family member. It's thought of the outside, but as threatening as if any time I would fall and start hyperventilating. Hmm. It's like it's good if you feel like comfortable, and like going with the same safe person at the beginning is like a good start. Like it's important that like with like especially if you use exposure therapy like yourself, like without a professional like trying to like giving you the exercises specifically, it's important that you don't push yourself too much. So I'm glad to hear that you like that you're sort of like comfortable because you have your safe person around and it's just 10 minutes. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Because if we push ourselves too much, that can sometimes make the recovery harder. So, like, I know that, like, like I've also been like, because for me, it was a thing where, like, exposure therapy at the beginning, I got it like as sort of like where my therapist sort of started to give me the exercise I had to do. But then, sort of, I took it on my own, which was like also like with the therapist like that talked about. Um, but it's so easy to expect too much of yourself just because you wanna like get it over with, right? And like instantly be done with it and all of these things, right? Um, So it's good to like keep in mind to take it slow and not push yourself too much. Welcome back, Peaches. And I'm glad that there is like a that you found like a therapist and hopefully can start soon. Have you like had like an intake already, or like did you like send out emails? Did you already like hear back from therapists? Like what is that stage looking like? Mm. Yeah, I think so, Peaches. Because it's already quite late. And I today again have um like gonna meet my friends at like 6, so is it life become overwhelming or people forgetting the beauty of enjoying the simple things in life? I think it's both. Shimmer code. Um I think it's hard with like media and politics and social media to remember the like that like life and the world is not looking that bad, you know, because like there's so many negative news and they're sort of like overwhelmingly negative. And I think it's easy to then like get like a sort of very negative view of the world and of the people, right? And so I think it's like many things coming together. Assessment and I got matched with a therapist. Ah, amazing. I hope you get like you have your like first therapy session soon, Adagio. And I'm glad you started like getting help. That's so important. I'm very happy to hear that, you know, that you're getting the help you need. You have the story of why the weekend sucked already? How long do you think this is gonna take in me? Because we're like at like 4 hours already. So I would like I still have to go at the same time, you know? Oh my god, I really hope I don't get sent to a therapist. Waiting time average in the Netherlands for a referral letter to start therapy between your year and 6 months and 2 years. Yeah. Actually, like I don't know why, but for me it was like so quick. Like the first therapist I talked to in the Netherlands, I got an appointment within 2 weeks. And then with the specialist, it was like 5 months. So for me, it went really quick. But I think it's definitely like, you know, like since waiting times as therapists are quite like big, if you can already like if the GP person like this how's it like the mental health support person at the GP can already help you to like a you know like satisfying amount for yourself snacks, then like we of course like hope um that's gonna be enough because there's the waiting time just like so much quicker. But if not, I think just having talked to them already, they also take it into account and maybe are better able to like then put you in the right place. When you were doing co-working, I almost didn't recognize you. Oh, why? How come? Hmm. So how do you feel about that relaxing? Thank you so much, Adagio. And can't wait to hear how much progress you're gonna make once you see a therapist. I hope it's gonna. I of course hope it's gonna be quick, but I can't wait to hear from you again. Is only a story, not an issue. I already know my issues. You've never seen me with my help? Oh, what? Wild. In that preparing moment, it was good, but after realizing I'm not at that point, kind of sad. Hmm. Maybe you can now prepare to get to that point, you know? Like, I understand that, like, sort of like looking at your goal and then knowing, like, oh, it's still kind of like a long way is definitely can be like frustrating and sad. But at the same time, knowing your goal and being able, like, only then you're really able to be like, okay, I'm here now. I want to be there. Like, what do I need to do to get there? So, essentially, like, if you want to see it in a very positive way, now that you have your goal, like, really, like, pinpointed, you are in the perfect position to find out what you have to do to get to that point. Like, what is the difference still, and how can you get over that? And then in the like, you want to share your story? Good to hear that, you. I had to work together. I had to work with my brother. I never got along with. Though as adults, we tolerate each other. I mean, when we aren't working together, but basically, the two issues growing up is we as a family didn't communicate. And the other was we were in constant renovations. Free time didn't exist. If you were home, you were working, sitting around was seriously frowned upon. If you were great, everyone helps out, except in high school. The first time I had no friends, I was always home. I was always working on the house. Anytime I pushed back, I was scolded. I didn't have opinion, couldn't have an opinion because I was always wrong. So no one gave a crap when I was on. I know exactly where to go, where they couldn't find me conveniently. There are bridges for other bad things, but that's a different story. Spent my whole life wanting to run away. There's some serious plans. I was a week away from leaving for good when I was like 20, but someone ran into my car and wrote it off. That and some other issues, but also meeting my ex, that feeling went away. I don't know why, but in the years since, it has come back. The more toned down wanting to travel thing. I got that familiar feeling for the last 2 days helping them build a roof. I mean, I think just being reminded of that situation from back then, right, also brings up these old feelings from back then. And I think, especially since you learn that, like, in that situation, like, you already made that decision, like, you would run away if you feel like this again, and now you felt like this again. And then, of course, your, like, survival mechanism comes, like, kicks in, and it's like, hey, you learned, if you feel like this, you run away. So it makes a lot of sense, right? That's a lot. I think it's not bad to have some time on your own away from your family. I feel like that sort of distance can also, like, really help to, like, feel closer again. Yeah, come on. Ja, ja, komm. Muss ich dich jetzt hochheben oder was? Nee, doch nicht. Okay. No, 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 not on the... No, 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 no. Not on the table, please. No, no. No, no. I'm sorry, love. Thank you. Like, just one of those things, people are imperfect, so they're great as long as you only see them in moderation. Yeah, I mean, I think especially with, like, family, if we have, like, history with them, it's like, it can be really important to just, like, have enough space to maintain to be your own person. Because especially with these people we've had a sort of dynamic with, and especially if that people, like, if that dynamic has been toxic, just spending more time with them, like, if the dynamic, like, hasn't been resolved or anything, but just resolved by not spending time together anymore, then spending more time together, that dynamic is, like, can so easily just come back again. And I think that's really why in those moments, just, like, you know, not spending too much time with each other is really good. To then, I don't know, like, get the distance to either, like, really be like, okay, this is what I want to do about the dynamic, or, like, change yourself where, like, this dynamic wouldn't get you in the same way anymore. And things like these. So now I have to, like, read the other chat still. To joke about having to send you subs to be able to talk about our issues. I don't think it's, like, an unusual joke, to be honest. Like, I think these jokes being made about like every streamer, right? To just be like, hey, like subscribe to the streamer, like support them, you know? Like very classic joke. You're welcome, relaxing. I mean, that's the thing, Peaches, right? Because it wasn't serious. It was just a joke. Like it would have been like, I mean, but that's not really like, ooh, what is, I don't, do you want to do that? What the fuck? Okay. That was such a weird way to get off the chair, really. Not sufficient cuddling? Or were you screaming? Alright, bye, relaxing. See ya. I feel like, you know, the difference is that, or like the important difference is that other people can be different and are allowed to be different. And the like it's not really like, you know, like just because you feel like crap from somebody's joke doesn't really mean that their joke was like not okay and they have to change, right? Like if they want to have contact with you, you can put out like your wish that like this is like with those jokes you don't feel comfortable, and like, you know, like if they want to make you feel comfortable, they should please like let these jokes go. And if they don't want to, then you two go separate ways. But because this is sort of like a public space, it's really about like trying to like cooperate and make it work together, right? Naradeum, thank you for 33 months. Thank you. And welcome. Hmm? I honestly didn't feel like that. Like, yeah, Yellowstone was like also like sort of a troll, but like you don't know if like Lemon Slice like even like knows of Yellowstone, right? Or like, and I think it was like completely different. So this is your personal preference. This is why I say like if you don't feel like happy with how I moderate the chat, like you're really welcome to like just like block the people you don't want to read in chat, because I won't. Right? I will like moderate it to the extent where I feel comfortable with it. I don't think that Lemon Slice tried to make everybody like feel, or anybody really feel bad. I think they wanted the exact different thing, just like making a joke, which is funny, making everything a bit more lighthearted. Maybe even supporting me, because you know, like maybe somebody is gonna sub. because of that message, sort of as a joke. So hmm. I don't think it's that deep. Like, I don't know. I find when I'm in a spotlight, there's a lot of trolls. Yeah, I mean, I think like streams like these, or like all streams, like sometimes have trolls, right? I think in streams like these, trolls maybe just like stand out more because like generally chatters are like really considerate, and then it's like really like, oh, a person who's not really considerate, you know? But yeah. um, all right. Rude, go for it, ask it. Like, last question. And Naradim, how are you doing, by the way? Like, I did ask that already, right? Surely. You have an ad lemon? Alright, we'll wait. It's gonna be like, wait, wait, wait. I remember you said you found it funny the first time, but not so much anymore. What do you mean, Peaches? We talk. Even filled out a therapy form for me because I couldn't do it myself. But I get stuck mentally criticizing him. Hmm. Mm. Mm. I'm not sure if I found it funny the first time, but probably I laughed. But yeah. All right. See you, Lady Rhinox. See you next time. And Lemon, thank you so much for the gift up. But you still have ads, no? Or like, are you already back in chats or no? Like, can you even hear me? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that I'm thanking you now. Is it just today or Thursday this week? It's probably also gonna be Thursday, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think like, well, I don't know, but I don't think Peaches meant you with like trolls and stream like these stand out like a sore thumb. At least, like, I didn't mean you. Like, I understand that was just a joke to, like, lighten up the mood and, like, make everyone feel better and also support me, Lemon. Don't worry about it. I mean, co-working I'm gonna do on other days than the Monday and Thursday. But I don't know yet when. Need to see. That's gonna be spontaneous. So, Roots, like, how are you, like, how are you stuck on, like, criticizing your cousin? Don't worry, Lemon. I still see you. Mm. Oh, same Naradim. The gym game is a horror. I hope not. I mean, not like this. But yeah, so now that you're like back, Lemon, like, thank you for the ads. Like, for the sub, I mean. And also for, like, watching the ad. Like, on top of that. I mean, I get like 1 cent of that, maybe, potentially, not even, probably, but you know. Well, the ad revenue is like really minimal. Like, ad revenue is really like, um, like, I don't even know. I got like, mm, how can I even look that up? I get like not even $2 for ads per month. Oh, in June actually, I got like $4 for ads in total for the entire month. Yeah. I think of past stuff, and in my head, I'll go, yeah, that's what you're like. That's what you've been like. Hmm. Hmm. Roots, do you think this might be sort of like a way to not get like too attached to him, or like not be like too thankful and like get disappointed, to like now already like look for ways how to make how to feel like your cousin is like not that helpful, so like distance yourself so if something were to go wrong it doesn't hurt as much. I mean, Peaches, I don't want you and Lemon to now get into like a I don't know, like some type of like competition about like how to support me financially the best or most or whatever. Like, if it's anyway, like only to like sort of surpass the other, it's it has nothing to do with me, anyways. No, I'm just okay. Peaches, we don't need to make statements about other people now, like out of nowhere, right? Like this is like really like try and be kind to everybody. Like this is a stream also for Lemon just as much as you. So like yeah, I'm just saying it because like this is like now coming up and it's like this exact time where I just feel like I don't want to get into that type of territory. All right. I mean, again, like I just said it because like this is like sort of like time wise fits in the bill. No, I don't want to get into this type of territory. But like if somebody does choose like to tip or sub, I want it to actually come from that place of like wanting to supporting me and not anything else. I get what you mean, Lemon. While trying to figure this out. I'm already quite attached to him though. We were super close in childhood and now we're reconnecting. Went to the same uni and stuff too. We weren't close at that point, and I get affected by people's behaviors quite easily. Negatively affected by his behavior a lot in the past. Hmm. Do you think there's maybe a part of you who doesn't want to be as sort of dependent or like closely attached to him, but you're like trying to ignore it, and that's why you look for like more evidence to support this? Because that can also be a way. Like sometimes we like try to like ignore like a gut feeling we have that we should like stay away from a person or something, and then like we don't listen to it because we don't have evidence for it, so then we look for evidence even though the evidence might be just, you know, just I gotten from somewhere and like not really good evidence, but it's just for the purpose of like not ignoring that gut feeling anymore, which we shouldn't ignore in the first place. Mm. I don't really care, Peaches. It's like really, it doesn't matter to me at all. It's like if I would care about anything, like somebody tells me, it's like, bro, I would not have any moment left in time and space. Can't tell you. But what do you think about that, Roots? With the, like, having sort of like a not too good gut feeling. Mm. I'm really sorry, buddy. But we're like, it's already pretty late. So we're just sort of like finishing up with Roots and then we're gonna end the stream. So we're gonna have to talk about it on Thursday. Peaches. If I make it to Thursday, I will be there. This is really not something we're trained for. Seven, like, we're not an emergency hotline or a crisis hotline. But if you do think about suicide, you should definitely call a suicide hotline. Ah, okay. I'm glad to hear that. I mean, so then it would be like Monday next week, though. Or like, how quick do you think this is gonna go? Like, is it just like one question about like the very next step? You can speedrun it? Think you promise? Then go for it. Start texting. I'm gonna finish up with Fruits and you already go. I would say the gut feeling is still kinda there, and for sure I don't like depending on him. It was all that cool, I don't know. I've told him that both of us need to make each other trust us. I think things are like these routes are hard to figure out. You know? they're really like, this is a very personal thing, right? So like, I'm not in this situation. I don't have like all the information to like give you like very specific advice on this. The only thing I can say is consider what he does do for you and what things he does are like really like not okay for you. And then I think just be open to like being like, okay, this is not okay for me actually, and something does need to change. As well as being open to like, this actually seems kind of fine. Like if you're trying to do like a new start, try to focus about what is the other person giving you in the here and now. And if stuff from back then comes up, we can of course like talk about it, but not in a way where you like blame them for the behavior today. But you need to say like, hey, sometimes when you do things like these, it reminds me of the time when you betrayed me like this and this. And I fear that's gonna happen again. But it won't, right? Like we're like, we agreed that like we're gonna try to like be there for each other, and you said that you wouldn't do stuff like this again. So I really just need to hear that that's like still the case, and that if you do things like these, it doesn't mean that it's gonna be like back then. You know, like that way, like you bring it up in a way where you don't blame them, you don't shame them, you don't push them into a corner, but you just make them understand your point. You just show what's going on your side without like pushing your emotions on them and making them responsible for them. And that can lead to really nice talks where the other person gets more information about how you feel and can learn to be better there for you, while at the same time sort of like slowly like processing what happened back then and like really sort of finishing up those stories and being able to let them go. But it's important to see, or to at least give them the benefit of the doubt, that today it's different and they are not the same person they were today. And you can't still punish them for what they did like all the way back, if you choose to like still have contact with them at least. Let me know what you think about this. So my current issue is that I got attached to a few people online and I'm trying to regain control of my IRL life more. However, I keep thinking about her. Some days it's consuming me, some days it's not. Just wanted to ask, how do I shift my way of thinking and have more stuff going on? Well, I mean, having more stuff going on is really easy, right? You just say yes to a few things. Like, people ask you if you can do something, say yes. Like, people, like, ask you to help them move, to come over to a party, to, like really, like, volunteer for stuff. And you're gonna have no free time and no time. Like, it's really like if anybody is, like, having too little to do, the easiest thing to fix that, volunteer. Like, somebody is explaining how they're struggling to, I don't know, like renovate their house right now, offer to help them. Like, if somebody is actually asking for help, definitely say yes. Mm. So is your goal like really to let go of her, like really like forget about her, like have that like put in a box and be done with it? Or is it just like, I want to like focus on my RL life right now, but maybe later or whatever I'm going to come back to this? Like, how's the situation there? As it hurt, I would say yes, because I've realized she's playing distance as well. Ever since I took a break from the game, we used to play together. Hmm. Okay. So I feel like for one thing, what I always like to believe in is that when we are not able to like really move on to something, we haven't made a clear decision yet. So I would, if I have somebody on my mind which I don't get out, even though I sort of decided to move on, I would make like a journaling session where I think clear about it. Where it's like, okay, so like why did I move on? Like why do I still think back on her? Like what boxes are still open? Like what's going on there, to just like get to the bottom of it and see where I'm like not on one page with myself, essentially. Like why am I on one hand being like, hey, I want to move on, this is a move on type of phase, and then on the other hand I'm like, oh, looking back, like seeing like how she's doing, like if she texted and stuff like this. um so I would sort of like try to journal about this, like what I think about all of these questions around that topic until the point where I got to the bottom of it and sort of made up my mind to really be on one page with myself. And if that one page is then like going back from like moving on to, but I actually do want to see, like, I potentially love this person, I want to maybe like get together with them, even though I want to like get on with my real life, then it's maybe okay, I need to find a different solution for this. Um, if it's then really like, okay, no matter how this would go, and even if she does love me, like my real life right now is like so important and I want to focus on my real life, um, then it's really like, then it doesn't matter what she says, right? It doesn't matter what she texts anymore, because you made your decision that like no matter what she would text, you would still move on. So just sort of like get to the bottom of this to like really be on one page with yourself. That's what I always like to do. It's a very like intellectualized sort of like problem solving approach. Um, the other thing, can just like, the other thing is like sort of like what I do as well is like a cold turkey approach of like, I'm just like blocking that person everywhere. Like I don't want to see their face anymore, their messages, none of that. Like I remove their friend, I block them everywhere, and it doesn't matter if they're like a bad person or not. I just block them to not be like shown the content they post potentially, or whatever, and like to not see their comments and stuff like this, like to just have them essentially like be out of my life and then fill up the rest of my life again. I don't know if these approaches are the best ones. They're 100% not the perfect ones for everyone, so it sort of depends on what works for you. But I think a major life change, anyhow, it's gonna take time. So when you say you've been going through this since 5 days, I think you're just expecting too much. Like, if you made that decision 5 days ago, or like, let's say 2 weeks ago, but since 5 days it's like pissing you off and you like know of this problem, forgetting a person, or like really like switching your routines from gamer to like focusing on IRL, and like switching your friend group with that from like online to IRL, like that stuff takes time. I just like, you don't forget people that easily, you just don't. Like, we know, like once we get to know people, we get to know so much about them. Like we know what they like, what they don't like. We develop like an understanding for their a speech pattern, where it's like every time somebody says something which sounds like them, we're gonna think of them, right? So it's just, it takes time to not think back about somebody. This is why the first solution, or like the first idea, is also like this. Why I love it so much, because in that moment where I really like journal to the bottom of this, it's like whenever I think back on them, I don't regret having moved on. But I'm still gonna be like, hey, that was a great time, but now it's over because this is more important. And I can just be like, oh my god, like that's something they always said. But like not regret my life choices because of that. And not feel like wanting to go back. You're welcome. And for the most part, I don't push and blame, but in my mind, I do it more. And I don't want to actually do it, even though I know that it wouldn't be ideal at all. So I will consider what you said. Yeah, this is why, like, sometimes when we have contact with a person again, where like we have like bad experiences in the past with, like, these old things will come up, right? This is why I say, like, if they do, like, try and use this way. I sort of like gave an example of like how you can bring it up to them and talk to them about it. Because essentially, the root of it is probably going to be insecurity if they really changed. So, as long as you talk about that from that perspective of like, hey, I'm insecure right now, this is why these thoughts come up. Can you reassure me and give me reassurance that I'm safe with you, that this changed, that you're like in with me on this cooperation, that like we're gonna make it work, sort of. Um, it's going to be a better approach than just like blaming that person again, because that person, like, if you blame them and they haven't done anything wrong, right, they're going to be like, hey, but I didn't do anything wrong, like, why are you blaming me for this stuff from there? Like, then I'm going to blame you too for the stuff you did and stuff like this, you know, like, it's just going to escalate. But usually, like, insecurity can oftentimes make us feel like fighting. So it can be hard to show that vulnerability in that moment, especially if you're insecure. It can be really hard. But it can just give you just the perfect approach to that talk. With some people. Doesn't work with all of them. And hi, Burger. Welcome, welcome. Finding IL friends is the hard part in it. Yeah, it can be. But I think it's not impossible. Like, have you tried like apps like, for example, like I moved to the Netherlands from Germany, so whole social circle died. New social circle had to be found, and I found some really good friends using this app called like Bumble, and they have a mode which is like not for like finding dates and stuff, but for like finding friends, and then you can just find friends, and I think that's really, I don't know, like it's not going to be like the first match, which is going to be perfect, of course, but especially if you don't find friends like via work or via like some clubs you were in or something like this, you know, it's going to be like a really good way to put yourself out there, if that makes sense. So I can only recommend. But like really try to be yourself on these apps though. I'm kind of rushing a bit, as you potentially notice, because I have to go, guys. Like, I'm already, like, we already pushed this, like, half an hour further than we usually do. And I'm gonna meet friends in half an hour. So I gotta go, like, ASAP. But thank you all for being here. It was a pleasure. And see you guys next time, which is gonna be either on Thursday or in the co-working streams in between. Because I now also like do some co-working streams because I've been picking up some like programming project recently. So spending a lot of time like working at the PC, perfect for co-working streams. Um, I had no idea Bumble had a friend mode. Yeah, I know, right? Many people don't know. That's why I was like, hey, if you don't know that, try it out. Apart from that, really good idea. I can always recommend if you have some type of like blackboards in the neighborhood. Like this can be you live in like a multi-apartment building and in sort of the lobby entry area there's a blackboard, or it can be in your local supermarket where the whole neighborhood is going, or some community center. If you have some type of blackboard like this, putting a note out and be like, I don't know, having like some like make opening some event, you know, like having like a making like a tiny poster, more like a, you know, like a sheet of paper where you write down the details, but essentially like a tiny poster about, I don't know, LEC watch evening at my place, like text my number, blah blah blah, or D&D evening, or like looking for like a new D&D party, or looking for gym buddies in the area, blah blah blah. Whatever you're like, just have like some type of like event or like request or something, you know, where people can text you, and where there's like, it works better if there's multiple people coming, because if there's only one person coming and it doesn't really like vibe with that person, it's going to be like potentially awkward. But if there's multiple people coming, then it's like super easy, because you can just like, you know, like avoid that person, like talk to the other people, and there's like less pressure on a person to like sort of make it work in that social situation. So having like something like this, like it can be a cooking evening, movie watch evening, it can be a walk in nature, it can be yoga, going to the gym, going for a bike ride, like it really can be anything. Just making an event like this, and I wouldn't put your, like, I personally, but up to you, I personally wouldn't put my address on that note. I would put my phone number or something on that note, or like a QR code or something, and then like with the people who are actually coming, share my address. But yeah, that's also a good way. And then you get to know the people who live like close by, because it's like local setup, right? Yeah. So, alrighty. All right, guys, but I have to go. So I hope that was enough help, Burger. And if it works, let me know. Like, I would love to know. And if you have more questions, just ask me the next time. I have a Discord server, so if anybody wants to share something when I'm offline, they can do it there with the community then. And here's where we share the VODs of the stream, but like only on the mental health streams, not on the co-working streams. And then whoever is interested in my creative doings can look at my shop. And yeah, so thank you everybody for being here. And see you guys next time. Thank you guys for the subs. Usually we do belly breathing, stretching, and all stars now, but I really don't have the time anymore because we've been going a bit overboard. But yeah, thank you all for being here. And remember to check in with yourself. Do you need to drink? Do you need to eat? Do you need to go to the toilet? Do you need to air out your room? Do you maybe need to stretch or move because you've been sitting at the PC too long? Do you maybe should like look outside to, like, you know, give your eyes some space to relax again? Exactly. But check in with yourself. Be healthy, guys, and see you guys the next time. Bye, everybody. Bye.